This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM.
Since there are many new faces in chambers, I will briefly review the protocol for addressing us. For those of you who wish to speak tonight, please take your turn at the podium when I introduce that agenda item that is of interest to you. Begin by stating your name and your address. Council welcomes you to speak for 5 minutes. We have a lighting device that helps you mark the 5 minutes. When you begin speaking, you will see a green light. It will stay green until you have 1 minute left when it turns yellow, and at the end of your 5 minutes, the light turns red, at which time I will politely ask you to end your comments. You do not have to speak for 5 minutes, but they are there for you should you need them. Also, council members often have questions at the end of your comments, so if you would just linger at the podium for a minute or for a second, I guess, while I ask council members if we have questions of you. Sometimes our questions just help us understand your point a little bit better, make sure that we understand the point that you're trying to make. And lastly, if you do have something to say but you're not comfortable standing in front of us, you may write your comments on a blue sheet at the back of chambers. You write out the comment and leave the paper back there. If you have any questions, you can ask Ms. Merle, who is entering chambers right now, right on cue, and she will help you if you're having trouble hearing or seeing, or you just have a protocol type question. And that's our introduction for the meeting. I see many new faces, so it takes a little while to get used to how we do things, so we'll help you. Let's begin then with our public hearing and item number 1, which is a hearing on a proposed ordinance amending the Sky Park Protective Covenants and General Development Plan provisions pertaining to building sprinkler systems. Mr. Tufte.
This is Sky Park property located off Highway 37 and I-94. And this is the amendment that is in your packet that we'll be talking about this evening. Advanced Engineering Concepts requested Plan Commission to initiate hearings to consider this change to the Sky Park Protective Covenants, and a letter from them is in your packet. The present language in the Protective Covenants requires automatic sprinklers or some other automatic fire extinguishing system reviewed and approved by City Fire Prevention Division. The amendment requires these systems if required by state building code. Sky Park Covenants was adopted in 1984, was approved as the zoning provisions for Sky Park in 1990. All the buildings within Sky Park have installed automatic sprinkling systems. In 2002, state building code began requiring sprinkler systems depending on the size of the building and the type of use within it. The most recent amendment in the state building code sprinkling system requirements preempts local regulations from being more restrictive than the state code. The use of the protective covenants thus as a zoning regulation is preempted, and this proposed amendment would correct that situation. However, Sky Park Protective Covenants is also a private covenant which is not preempted by state law. An amendment to the covenants is by a majority of the property owners. We attached the current property owners, and the city is presently the majority property owner of land within Sky Park. We do have a representative from the fire department here this evening for council if there's any questions on this matter. We did hold a meeting of property owners in Sky Park to discuss the amendment request. 3 property owners were present at that meeting, and they were in opposition to the request. We believe automatic sprinkling requirements for Sky Park should be consistent with state building code requirements, and the Plan Commission has recommended approval of this amendment. Are there any questions?
Questions for Mr. Tufti? Councilmember T-Wall.
Thank you, Council President. Could you clarify the options for the city, whether we would have something different than the state, or can we?
Okay.
I understand that there's the two, but I'm wondering, do we have any options?
If under a private covenants, which Sky Park is, the city could continue to have automatic sprinkler systems within Sky Park. So that would be a more restrictive provision under a private covenants, and would basically be voting against this amendment. To be consistent with state law, you'd vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. Tufti. Excluding the city from this, how many tenants or building owners are there
In Sky Park,
Sky Park that?
there is a list of all the property owners in your packet. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 13. There might be some duplicate owners. I'm not sure which page it is in your
And you
packet.
contacted everybody and you got feedback from 3, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
3
we
of
have.
13?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Tufti? Councilmember Von Eden. Oh, you're late, Councilmember.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did the reverse. I took it off. Okay, the question I have is, what impact does this have on the size of the buildings? And, because right now, they're a certain size out there, and if, as proposed here, as you get down to the smaller size building, it may have an impact on the valuation. Has anything been looked at that, or impact on the valuation of the other buildings in the development?
I can say most of the buildings in Sky Park would have been required to have an automatic sprinkler system under present state code because they're a larger building or of the type of use that's within the building. Sky Park was amended about 3 years ago to allow by conditional use permit office activities. And we had the first office use approved by Plan Commission about a month ago. And this is what applicant is. It's an office use. It's a 3,000 square foot building, and under state building code provisions, it does not need to be sprinkled because of its small size in the office activity. So that smaller building is why this is before you in terms of the sprinkling system requirement. Its valuation is obviously going to be less because of its size primarily.
Okay. Does this have any impact, though, if they build this smaller building with less value in a restrictive neighborhood? What impact does that, or potential impact does that have on the other buildings at valuation?
In terms of valuation, I would assume you could make an assumption that a building with a sprinkled system in it, simply because of the cost of putting that system into the building, would have a higher value than one that's not sprinkled.
Okay. Thank you.
Further question, Councilmember Jean.
Thank you. You indicated there were 3 owners that they are opposition about that request. Why, the reason why they are?
They're here this evening, and I'm sure they'll inform you of that.
Further questions? The chair just has one about the inherent value of sprinkling. The technology of automated sprinklers is good.
Yes, the idea of sprinkling buildings has prevented fires in buildings within our communities. It's particularly good in larger multifamily, large industrial type buildings in terms of extinguishing the fires. Yes. And again, the fire chief's here. He can certainly give you a good speech on that. So
I wondered, why would a smaller building not need a sprinkling system?
normally, as the size reduces, the likelihood of fire also reduces. As the type of use becomes more of an office, that type of use is less likely to have a fire than, say, a manufacturing type use with certain chemicals or whatever in there. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Does the proximity, or does what the next building is next to it have an impact on whether a particular building, regardless of size, should be sprinkled or not?
It would be nice in some locations in our downtown to have more sprinkled building because it prevents fire spread, because there's not separation between buildings. However, in most of our newer areas in the community, we have setback requirements that keep buildings at least 20 feet apart from each other, which will significantly diminish that type of fire spread.
Thank you.
Mr. Tufti, did the fire chief want to say something in particular? Do you know?
I don't know. You can ask him, and I'm sure he'll wander up.
He does not.
Okay.
Apparently he agrees with everything you've been saying. Okay. You did a nice job.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Are there members of the public here who tonight who wish to speak to item 1? You just begin by stating your name and your address.
Certainly. My name is Dawn Sands. I'm with Eagles Printing and Label, 1206 International Drive.
I'm Steve Piltz. I'm with Five Star Plastics, 1339 Continental Drive in Sky Park.
I understand you have some handouts, so it takes us just a little bit to get organized in that
Certainly.
regard. It's
Just
a
a
map and...
Yes, and a
Okay.
petition, yes.
Okay, I
Thank
think we're
you.
ready then.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. On behalf of all of the tenants, actually, of Sky Park, Steve and I are here tonight. Somewhat contrary to what you were told, not all of the tenants of the park were notified of the meeting that we had on June 21st. Of those who did attend, yes, we were all in opposition to this. The petition that you have before you kind of lays out our arguments, and you will see that we collected signatures from the other tenants who weren't able to make it. Either they were unavailable or they simply didn't know. And of the few that are missing, we have 8 signatures. There are a few missing. We are still awaiting them. Those particular owners have been unavailable to get us their signature. So those will be forthcoming, we believe. The point about the park is it is a wonderful asset for our city. It provides a very convenient location for industry because it is very nicely located near Highway 37 and the interstate. It is, as the city has pointed out in its own literature, Sky Park Industrial Center is a high amenity park especially suited for light manufacturing. The protective covenants ensure the park maintains its high level of amenities. And then on its own website, it lists the various technology, the utilities, and the transportation that has been specifically designed for this park. Our objection to the request for variance of the covenants is multifaceted. It's not just the sprinkler system, although we do oppose it on those grounds as well. The sprinkler system ensures protection for all of us and, frankly, for our city. But beyond that, the proposed usage of this lot is for a very, very small office building. It's a 2,900 square foot office building, which is very honestly the size of many people's homes, in fact, smaller than some. We feel that it is an inappropriate use of the industrial center to start putting office buildings there. The office building that is proposed, though we applaud any business in our community and the growth of any business, we feel it could be located in a number of places in our community. All you need to do is drive around or contact any one of our wonderful commercial realtors, and you will find that there's any number of spaces available that would perfectly suit their needs. If we chop up our industrial center for such usages, we take away a wonderful asset to reach out to manufacturing, which everyone has come to understand is a wonderful and necessary part of a very healthy, strong economy. We went through a very tough economic period. We went through a period where big corporations like to offshore manufacturing. We've learned tough lessons, and those manufacturing jobs are coming back, and we in the park applaud that. So we ask for your support on that. The other thing that has been mentioned is that that the covenants were modified 3 years ago. We take exception to that. The covenants require the signature of the tenants of the park. They require the change to be reduced to writing with our signature. We are unaware that that ever happened. We are not opposed to engaging in dialogue, but we would appreciate the opportunity to engage in respectful dialogue of what the future of this park is and should be. Those of us who are there have made enormous investments in our buildings. We have made a huge commitment to this community, and we would really appreciate the respect to maintain our covenants, which we entered into in good faith and have maintained. It is a covenant not only between us and the city, but between ourselves as tenants. The proposed building is proposed to be very small, and therefore it would not meet the covenant of being of the size and mass that the park envisioned. That is one of our covenants. It is proposed to be built out of wood, a stick-built building that is not consistent with the buildings that are there. They are built out of brick, block, mortar, and steel structure. We believe that the building of this building would negatively impact the value of the existing tenants, and therefore we ask that you support us in upholding our covenants.
When we presented to the city, that the fire chief also said that he would applaud us for upholding our covenants if we chose to do that. The majority of the tenants of the Sky Park are, there's 8 she said, Dawn said that want to uphold the covenants that we do have signed on the petition here. So that kind of speaks highly for the people that are here. The rest of it is vacant land owned by the city. I don't believe that the city has the majority of the ownership of the Sky Park. So that would also be something that would need to be considered as well.
We have done the math, actually, and private owners own 60.5 acres. The city owns 44.5. Of the 34 lots, 18 have been sold, 16 remain unsold. And we would posit to you that the unsold lots are not a liability or an embarrassment. They are a wonderful asset that should be preserved for future development of industry.
If you don't mind, I'll just see if we have some questions.
Of course.
Sure.
Okay. I think we're trying to digest what you had to say, and we will read this, of course. We always read our material by tomorrow,
Thank you.
for sure. Councilmember T. Wald has a question.
Thank you, Council President. My question is to Mr. Pelter, or maybe Don, if you can speak. What infrastructure does this park provide that makes it industrial and therefore argues better not to use it for office area?
So one of the facilities that we have are very close to the Excel Center. So from a power and energy standpoint, obviously manufacturing, we use a lot of power and energy with it. So that would be something that is unique to Sky Park. Also, when it first came into happen, that used to have the T1 lines, which were for communication side of it, was also a unique offsetting for that close to that kind of communication that we need to transport large files and that type of stuff. I think the water side of it was something I've only been, I was not here in when we built the building in the covenant side of it, so. He can probably address
I
that.
was here. Eagles Printing was the first building built in Sky Park in 1982. And we've seen the development of that park over the decades, actually. And we are a 18-year-old company. We used to be in what is now Volume 1. So we've been a part of this city for a long time. That particular facility, it not only has, as Steve was saying, some of the amenities of electricity, which many of us use significant amounts of. Excel is very closely located for us, as is the transportation. We have very high-speed, a number of high-speed infrastructures for our computers, for our communications, and just the size of the lots that are available, so wonderfully situated close to the city, close to transportation. It just is as the city itself says, it's a premier park.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
We appreciate your
Thank you.
input tonight.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on the Sky Park changes?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Pete Gartman with Advanced Engineering.
I'm Sean Bohan, Advanced Engineering.
We come here to, not just for us, but for the future growth of Sky Park and its facilities. Sky Park was started in 1982, and at this time, when I looked at the charts, only 13 of the 31 lots that were out there are full. That tells me that this has little to no growth whatsoever. The city, a couple of years ago, changed the covenants to allow for businesses like ours to come into that place. And, but with the covenants, it stifled all the growth. So nobody's coming in there. There's other businesses have looked in going in there, but they went away because of the high cost of the sprinkler systems for a small building like ours. Our building, that cost is 10% of the whole construction cost, including land purchase. Excuse me. So that makes it very detrimental to try to promote the growth of this park. Let's see. I think if you want to attract new businesses and new companies to Eau Claire area, you need to grow, and I think covenants need to change, just like an ordinance needs to change. It needs to adapt and move for the times, and right now, the fire code is been upgraded and updated so much to where there's little to no chance of any kind of fire for our type of building within that park, and also the separation between the buildings. It's a 50-foot minimum setback between buildings out there. And right now, our building has no potential with any kind of, if there is a fire, it would be contained within itself. I think that's what I have to say.
Okay. Just kind of wanted to go over a little history of our company. We started in 2009, right at the time where the recession ended up hitting. We're a civil engineering and surveying firm. We've made it through. We have 8 employees. We're still growing, and we've outgrown the facility that we have right now in Altoona. So we've been looking for a place for about the last year and a half, and have been looking at renovating offices, that type of stuff, and we just thought that we wanted to invest in a new building, and we started looking at different properties. Like Ms. Sands had said, it's a great proximity for the transportation. Our place ends up being more of a destination to go to. We don't need the visibility, we don't need the signage, and that type of stuff. It's not like somebody's driving by in the interstate, sees an engineering and surveying firm and wants to pull in. I mean, they're coming to us because they've already called for a meeting. So we just don't need the visibility, but the access is great. We end up pulling people from the Chippewa Valley area, and it's just great access, right off the highway. As far as our lot size, the lot size is only 0.8 acres. So to be able to end up putting a building on here that would need to be sprinkled, a 9,000 square foot building is going to be really tough to end up doing. and with the parking that you would end up needing. The building that we end up having, doesn't necessitate the fact that we end up having to have a sprinkler system. The growth of it, and we did our site plan so we could end up growing in the future. The way the buildings ended up being set up and everything is that we could continue to grow, but the most that we'd probably be able to end up putting in there with the setbacks and everything would be something that would be about 6,000 square feet. We realized that the existing tenants, had a great expense and stuff that their buildings needed to be sprinkled, but as Daryl had said, or Mr. Tufty had said, those buildings under current code would need to be sprinkled to begin with. And we're not asking for a handout, we're not asking for, we just want to end up following the state code. And that's what we're asking for. It is a big expense for us. We ended up having 3 different firms bid on the sprinkled system, and it came in from $27,000 to $30,000. And, being business owners, it's tough to throw $30,000 at something that isn't required by state code, that ends up having, setbacks take care of it. We have an existing building that's probably about 150 feet away, and a lot next to us, there is a vacant lot that's, I guess it would be to the east of us, I believe. But they require the certain setbacks to be able to end up helping, to be able to end up preventing the fires or the spread of fires. As far as our facility, granted, we don't end up, taking a lot of electricity. We're all going to be sitting at our desk, all 8 of us, working on computers. We do have satellite systems for the survey equipment. We are high tech. I mean, we end up having software that's very expensive. We end up having a lot of files that we end up sharing with clients that are very large, and so we like the fact that they end up having that capabilities. And as far as the comment, that the fire chief would, applaud to be able to end up keeping, the restrictive covenants or the sprinkled system, and I'm sure that he would come up and agree. The fire chief would also think that, every home should also be sprinkled. And you can end up asking him that. He went on record with it. He'd love to have it. Who wouldn't if he was a fire chief? That's what you would end up wanting to promote. So to say that, he would applaud them to be able to keep it, he also would end up wanting to have, a sprinkler system in every home. It's not feasible with some businesses. It has become more restrictive with the multifamily now. Where they do end up having, a sprinkled system and anything that's more than like a 3-plex. But we're just hoping that the council ends up looking at the cost of it. We're a good business, we're a stable business, we're looking at hiring new people, and we really think that we're going to be an asset to the community. And with that, we can answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. Councilmember Van Hayden has a question.
The one question I would have, the park being an industrial park as it is, and you're not really an industrial operation, as I understand, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Okay. When you purchased or made an offer to purchase on the 0.8 acres, what was your price for that, roughly? Were you given the industrial rate, or did you pay the commercial rate?
Well, the rate was the per acre, which ended up being, I believe, the $22.5 per acre.
It's a standard per acre price that the city sets for the lots out there.
Okay. I was just curious because we had another individual that looked at property out there and they did not accept that because they were commercial and not industrial, and therefore they said they had to pay the going rate of roughly $5 a foot. And so I was just curious on that because what we're doing now is mixing and I guess I need clarification from our staff. This is not a question to you, but the question was, okay, that answers that. What type of building are you proposing to build? How would that fit in with in other words, what type of structure? Because most of them, as Ms. Sands said, are masonry and brick concrete. What type of building are you proposing to build?
I think that was approved, our building was approved at the last meeting, but because all that part has been approved. But what we plan on building is a stick-built building with a industrial steel type roof on it. And then we're going to do this called LP siding, which is a composite masonry type siding. But it's going to not look like your lap siding. It's going to look like a stucco look to it. So it's going to look like it's a concrete. And then we're going to have brick face in the front of the building. And so it's going to be a very attractive building.
And as far as the covenants, they do say, mason out front and other materials that are appealing architecturally, so it's not where you can have the steel siding out front, which we're not planning on having. We do have the masonry that goes halfway up, and then the stucco style type of facility.
Okay, and just for my own clarification, you're saying you've already have the approval process for the building and
Correct.
the land purchase. So the only thing we're really talking about here at this point in time is the zoning of the fire?
Changing that ordinance right there from crossing out the lines as reviewed and approved by fire division to that. That's the only thing we're asking for today. And what we're looking for is not just for us, but this is for the growth of the park. Because if you can change that, you're going to have other businesses in there. They're going to be able to come in there and be able to afford to build in there. And you got lots of them in there just sitting there. The things are dead. I mean, it's not growing.
We did talk with one fire suppression company, and they had put a quote together for another company that was looking at coming in there. I believe it was like a shoe manufacturing and like warehouse type of thing, and they had backed out of it just because of the cost of the suppression system. I mean, it was just, it's expensive, and we realized, I mean, if we ended up having a 9,000 square foot building, or something that was required, obviously, it'd be a moot point. We wouldn't be here. Even if it would end up being something, when we sat down and looked at the cost of it, we weren't going to argue the fact of trying to get the ordinance changed or the zoning changed, but we thought that it was going to be coming in at $10,000, $12,000, and then all of a sudden we end up getting something backwards, $28,000, $30,000. So we just thought it was bad business for us to end up going and paying for, that cost, for a small company that's looking at growing.
Thank you both. The chair allowed quite a bit of latitude on this discussion because it's a little confusing. We're just trying to sort out in our mind what is the question before us and how is it related to the question that the Plan Commission already answered, which
Right.
you referred to. But it takes we just need to kind of figure that out in our minds a little bit. So I allowed a wide latitude of discussion to figure out the history of this event.
I do have a question for city staff, though.
Yep, I can imagine. Councilmember Tiwalt?
Thank you, if I may, and maybe you can help me guide where this question would go. My question, maybe maybe city staff can answer. Not only after you install a system that's sprinkler, what are the ongoing costs to maintain inspections that are required? And I don't know who might be best to answer that.
That would be us.
I'm sure it's like our commercial building right now. We have an annual fire inspection come in, and I'm sure there's the fire chief has to come in and inspect that as well. But
I think our staff will address that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is that acceptable, Council President? Thank you.
There's an annual fire maintenance inspection that is required by a private company that certifies that. I believe it's around $250, $300. It all depends on the facility size. I know they get their annual sprinkler systems inspected, so that's an ongoing cost of maintaining that.
But it's a small cost.
In the eye of the beholder, yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Further questions? Councilmember Mitchell?
Thank you. Before the meeting tomorrow, I would ask the city manager to clarify the status of the Sky Park covenants. When the Plan Commission reviewed the site plan for this property, we were given copies of the covenants. It shows that an office building is a conditional use under the covenants, so that has been changed, but some people think it hasn't, so I think that would help us if we knew exactly what the status of that was, because we certainly relied upon that in approving the site plan at the Plan Commission meeting.
I would imagine other questions in that vein are coming. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. This is very similar, and maybe it would be answered as well, but I'm wondering, there seems to be a dispute as to whether the city is a majority owner of the park. And so I guess I'd be looking for an answer as to how that's determined and whether or not we actually are.
And Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yes, and then I would like to follow up on the same thing that Councilmember Mitchell was talking about, is when were these covenants changed, and what was the process used, and how were the owners of the property out there communicated with on this? So that, and then the last thing that my question would be is the value of the property that was being sold, because we had an opportunity to sell 2 lots out there within the last year or so, and we said that it had to be sold at the commercial rate for a similar type of operation, and now we're saying we're selling this at the industrial rate. So I don't quite understand what's happening here, and I need a clarification.
The chair recognizes that we're far afield from a sprinkling system question, but I consider it a learning opportunity and just being fully informed. So I hope our parliamentarian agrees with me. Otherwise, he's going to gavel me and I'll have to go home. That'd be good. Does anyone else want to speak about whether we should adopt the state code for sprinkling buildings? Is anyone else here to talk about that? Anyone? If not, the chair will close item 1. Do you have further comments? Did you have anything more you wanted to say?
I have a number of things. I thank the chair for realizing that it is a broader issue than this small box which was presented to you, that it was simply a fire code issue. One thing I think that the council should be aware of is that their proposed building is not simply an office building. It has a garage door so that they can park a vehicle inside, which we believe significantly alters the fire risk posed by this building. It's not simply people sitting at a desk working on high-tech computers. Secondly, the office plan that they have proposed, they say it, yes, it's true. It's a 0.8 acre lot, and frankly, I'm not sure how that happened. We would urge the council to go back and recognize that the lots didn't used to be that small. And finally, they say they are growing. They have 8 staff and that they are planning for growth, yet the building that they are going to build actually only has 8 offices in it. So again, we are not here to in any way criticize another enterprise, and we applaud their growth. We applaud that they are in our city. That's not the point. The point is that we feel that this is the industrial park, and it is such a wonderful resource for the city if marketed correctly, and we recognize the asset that it brings to us. And simply to look at it as this tiny question of the fire code is inappropriate, and we strongly believe that we have not changed those covenants, and we urge the council to please read the petition we have put before you and contact any of us with questions, because this goes to the larger issue of consistency. We welcome potential dialogue, but we want to be consistent and not constantly do this ad hoc changing of the covenants. We have all entered into that in good faith, and we have made significant investment, and we do believe that this would significantly detract from the investments we have made, which is in itself a violation of the covenant, and that particular provision has never been changed. Thank you.
And thank you again, Ms. Gardner. Okay. Seeing no other speakers, just to inform you, we do have a decision point tomorrow in our legislative session. How it works during our legislative session is that's when we do our work. We debate and discuss in a very civil and respectful way. But the public is not invited to speak tomorrow unless we have a question for you. So some people come to the legislative session and some people don't. And I just wanted to lay out that possibility or how it works. It could help both of you. Okay? 4 o'clock here. All right. The chair will close item 1. Bring our attention to item 2. Is also a public hearing on an ordinance amending the city subdivision code for conservation subdivision within the extraterritorial plat approval jurisdiction to be consistent with amendments in the town's agreement. Mr. Tufti.
On the screen is the proposed amendment. Council recently approved an amendment to our intergovernmental agreement with the towns concerning the city's extraterritorial plat approval jurisdictions and provisions for conservation subdivisions. These provisions are also codified in our subdivision code, and an amendment of that would provide consistency between the two. The first amendment simply adds public right-of-way as being considered in the 40% set-aside required of a conservation subdivision. And if you read, there's an example below the amendment. It really doesn't make any sense unless you include public right-of-way as a set-aside. A similar amendment was just approved by Eau Claire County, and again, this amendment provides consistency between the two. The second amendment then changes the 12% slope standard for defining developable land to 20%. 20% already is codified in Eau Claire County. It's the common standard used by the city. It's also used by the DNR, and again provides consistency between the three. The Plan Commission has recommended approval.
Questions for Mr. Tufti? I see none, then thank you. Is anyone here tonight to talk about changes to the subdivision code? Any? Seeing none, the chair will close item 2. Item 3 on our agenda is a public hearing regarding the city's intention to order repair of sidewalks and curbs and gutter at 75 locations, beginning at 1020 Key Street. Mr. Solberg.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The public hearing tonight is to repair or install sidewalk, as noted, at 75 locations throughout the city. The majority of the sidewalk, this is just a representation of some of the sidewalk. We do have pictures of all 75, but I'm not going to go through all of those in the interest of time tonight. But we don't actively go out and search for trip hazards for staff. We take calls, complaints from the public. We send our engineering technicians out to investigate, and if a trip hazard is determined on a sidewalk to in fact be a trip hazard as defined by the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is only a 1/4 of an inch of vertical difference, we include that on the list of repairs for the year, and then it's contained in the contract that is currently advertised. This year we have had an uptick of requests for filling in sidewalk gaps, so there are a number of locations in this contract where a subdivision has been built longer ago than 10 years, and it's primarily developed, and there are some remaining lots that either people have purchased double lots and have not installed sidewalk on the vacant lot, or have not installed any structure on the lots. So we have a number of gaps in two areas that are being filled in with this. And then the curb and gutter is being repaired in locations where it no longer serves its purpose to convey water. Typically, they're heaved by tree roots. We have some locations for that, as well as handicapped accessible detectable warning fields, those yellow fields as you approach an intersection for crossing the street. A number of those locations are set for repair also. The property owners do have a 20-day right by state statute to correct the trip hazard on their own accord, either with their own contractor or a method that would eliminate the trip hazard, chiefly either mudjacking or grinding. If those repairs are not made, then they will be included in this contract, and special assessments will apply. With that, I'll take any questions.
questions for Mr. Solberg? I see none. Are there members of the public who came tonight to speak about sidewalk repair? Anybody here for sidewalks? Okay. I'll close that item. And then council begins a series of public discussions, with first being item 4, a discussion on a proposal amending the City of Eau Claire schedule of fees and licenses by adding charges for the North Barstow parking ramp. Mr. Solberg.
All right, we'll see if we can keep this as straightforward as the last one. I'm passing out a matrix that we finished this morning showing the different feedbacks with the business and downtown groups regarding this item. This item is a public discussion for the North Barstow parking ramp hours and fees for not only contract parking but event parking and hourly rates. We originally had planned to bring this forward to council in August, but we are very cautiously optimistic that the ramp will be open in August, so we feel now is an appropriate time to bring forward fees. So when the ramp opens, hopefully ahead of the September 1st schedule, the fees will be in place to gather revenue at the opening. What staff is recommending on the left column is to keep the hours of operation for revenue collection and the fees for the hourly rates consistent with the Civic Center ramp in downtown. So we're proposing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 50 cents per hour for revenue collection if you do not have a monthly contract. We're also proposing an $8 per day maximum charge. So if you park in the ramp for 24 hours, you're still capped at $8 per day. We are recommending a special event fee for $5 per vehicle, and the monthly base rate for the parking contract at $42 per month. We did reach out to the North Barstow bid, the South Barstow bid, the Decky Parking Committee, and the North Riverfronts Neighborhood Association. And the bids and Decky are, and even the North Riverfronts are in concurrence with the hourly rate of 50 cents per hour. And the bids and Decky are in concurrence with the 24 hours a day, 7 days per week, hours of operation for revenue collection. We do differ with staff in the bids. The bids, North Barstow bid, South Barstow, and Decky would recommend 0 through 3 hours of free parking. So we have 2 hour on-street parking currently with that is free. What they would recommend is for the parking ramps, and we're addressing the North Barstow ramp with this action, but they also feel it would be appropriate for South Barstow, the Civic Center ramp. If you park for 3 hours in the ramp, that would be free. So if you leave right as you're hitting the 3rd hour, it would be free. However, if you are a longer term parker, like the parking study recommends, if you have a need for longer term parking, you would be in a surface ladder or ramp close and you would pay. So that 4th hour, you would not receive a credit for those first 3 hours. It would be $2, and then if it was 5 hours, it would be $2.50. So if you're a longer term parker, that 3 hours free wouldn't necessarily apply for you. They do feel that in the discussions, to explain what the rationale that I interpreted from the meetings were, if you have the 3 hour parking, you're more inviting for people to come downtown. That'll attract businesses into the downtown area. With businesses coming downtown, you have increased property values, and since our parking fee collection for parking in the ramp and property taxes go in the general fund, they felt that the increase in revenue from property assessments and property taxes would be a better way to help encourage the downtown than charging parking fees for these 3 hours. So it would be a different way to generate the revenue to help support the city functions. So the businesses felt quite strongly for 3 hours free. They all were in support of an event parking fee of $5 per event. Once we have that policy formalized, we'll put it in writing. In the 3 years that I've been here, we haven't had an event parking declared here. I think largely that will go along the lines of if an event organizer requests it, if the special events committee requires it, or if we as staff feel that there's an event that's so significant that we want to have that event parking available. But when that when that policy is formalized, then the fee structure at least would be in place for an event parking fee. And then for the last part of the action or the discussion that we're having is the base contract fee for the new Barstow ramp would be $42 per month, and then it has been discounted slightly for volume purchases of parking contracts. So the larger the number of parking contracts, the more of a discount you would get off of this. But if you were an individual seeking to purchase a month-to-month fee, the base rate would be $42. The North Barstow bid and I believe Decky felt that it would be more appropriate to keep it at $36, and then as demand increased, you increase the price of the monthly permit fee accordingly with the supply and demand. Staff's view on this is I believe North Barstow and South Barstow are going to be moving closer together, both with developments, with the Confluence Arts Center, with a potential bridge, and we were trying to keep and are proposing to keep the operations and the fee structure between the ramps consistent, because we feel as theater events go on and other events downtown, people will be using both ramps to satisfy parking needs, and we wanted to keep it as straightforward and as consistent between the two as possible. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. So the resolution for action tomorrow night reflects the city staff recommendation?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I just wanted everybody to be aware that there was differences of opinion.
You bet. Councilmember Van Hayden.
Just a simple question. The special event, that's not considered going to the theater or the Performing Arts Center?
No, it would be if there's a Performing Arts Center and they're going to have a large event there, 2,000 people, and the event center called us up and said, we know the event is going to be done at 8 o'clock and we want to get people out of both ramps or just one ramp. If they call and request us to have an event, then we would staff it, gather revenue at the beginning of the event, raise the arms after it starts, a half an hour, and then that would be considered an event. If there was a play at the State Theater and we weren't called and notified and there hadn't been problems in the past with backing up, then I don't anticipate that would be considered an event where we'd staff it.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Solberg, so just so I understand that this was the original recommendation and then the bid put forward this idea here, and then did you modify your recommendation based on their suggestion, or did you still go with what was originally proposed?
We went with what we originally proposed when we started discussing this, and we made our base recommendations after the Civic Center ramp was the hours and fee collection and the Civic Center ramp were changed recently.
But you didn't, or did you didn't see value potentially in this idea of, it's a new ramp and how do we invite more people into it? And I mean, did you think that held some merit, or was it the idea of having consistency across the ramps is more?
Well, I know when we were having a discussion for the 2-hour parking earlier, there was a desire to have consistency between the bids, 6 day a week, 7 day a week, 2-hour parking on the streets.
Sure.
I guess it's my personal opinion that the 50 cents per hour is a rather modest fee you can pay with your credit card. The North Barstow area is still fairly young in its development. So as Block 7 develops and as the liner site building develops, and if development jumps across the street, up Galloway and up Eau Claire Street, that at least we have a fairly modest fee structure and a base in place for people to know what I guess the starting point is with that. I do see the argument that if you attract businesses down if free parking for 3 hours attracts businesses down, then you have increased property values and the money ends up in the same spot. But I think for consistency, and if you're coming from out of town and if we have a play at the Performing Arts Center, if it's, you're going to be parking a ramp downtown and it's 50 cents. The discussion for this has been all over the board since we've started. We were as high as $1 an hour, limiting hours of parking. So this is based upon the results that we've had with the Civic Center ramp. We felt this is a good starting point for the North Barstow ramp, because after those recent changes for the Civic Center ramp, we've been averaging about $1,000 a week in increased revenue for the Civic Center ramp across the street. So it doesn't appear to have hurt demand for the hourly parkers in that ramp.
Thank you. And I see no further question. I see no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Silver. Are there people here to talk about the proposed parking ramp fees in our new parking ramp?
Good evening. My name is Julia Johnson. I work at JAM Software. I'm also a part of Pablo Properties. I live at 1902 Eagle Lane here in Eau Claire. And I would like to say I feel Dave represented the parking committee and the North Barstow bid very accurately, and thank you for that. The one thing I would like to comment on was that when the rate structure was proposed for the ramp attached to the hotel, the parking committee's recommendations were not the ones that the staff brought forward, because we had asked for 3 hours for free in that ramp also. We think that Eau Claire is very value driven, so it just makes sense that if you can park for 2 hours for free right in front of the business on the street, that the added value of the ramp is the 3rd hour for free. And that's a really nice customer experience, like, oh, I decided to stay a little extra, meeting or conversation went long, and I got charged $2 for going over the expected amount of time instead of a $15 parking ticket that I forgot to pay, and I ended up getting a letter in the mail and paying $40. So I think it would really increase the downtown experience and kind of get rid of this stigma of downtown that parking is a problem, even though we've had the studies that show that there is parking available. I think it would, let people know, like, hey, I have options and I think they're a good value, is what I'm hoping, that the first 3 hours for free. And I would absolutely love for you to reconsider that for the municipal ramp also. So while people are still getting used to coming downtown, I really do see that as an investment that the city could make in continuing to grow our downtown. And not only is it, maybe an upfront cost of losing the $1,000 that you could have gotten in revenue, but increased use is going to increase the revenue also. And it's showing that you're still invested in helping grow downtown. I think it could help Block 7 be an attractable or a even more attractive site for developers. And as someone like myself is considering what's next, if we see the city as a partner that is helping grow the downtown is a more attractive place for future investment. And you're absolutely going to get more revenue out of another office building, or, what's going to go on the Hitch site, or someone willing to replace a surface parking lot on the railroad lot with office buildings, and having, the parking is kind of taken care of. I think it would raise more revenue in the long run. Sorry. Let me check. I'm on a lot of committees and I think about parking so much. I just don't want to miss any of my opportunities to bring up these points. On the 3 hours. It would be wonderful if the ramp is not the last place filled, and I think, again, the 3 hours is going to facilitate that. Can you imagine if we put a toll road on, or a toll stop on one of our roads? Like, the Eau Claire is of the mindset that they would absolutely go around, and I see, cars circling the blocks downtown now looking for the 2 hours for free, because even at 50 cents, it's like we're value driven. So wouldn't it be wonderful to see the ramps filled first? Like, hey, I know that's a safe place to park, and I'm not going to get slapped with a parking ticket if I decide to take a taxi home, or, after the show you go out for lunch. And on the special events, I do think that Phoenix Park is a big opportunity for further events, and not all of them are events that you would want to charge. I guess until the fee structure, until the logistics are put in place, I would just challenge setting a special event fee now, because I don't think that we have the policy in place, and I'm sure RCU will bring it up, but can Phoenix Park be a better option for charity events like their run or weddings? Like, how can we help grow the downtown and it being attractive for events? And I don't know that a special event fee is. Okay, sorry, I got like 5 seconds left, but I would just like to say also on the contract rate that if you do go with the 3 hours for free, people are going to fill the ramp, and businesses like Jamf are going to say, hey, I really want a contract, because otherwise my people aren't going to be able to park in the ramp. And you would also have a better option of being an overnight competitor for apartments in the area if you had a more reasonable rate, like $40 in the other apartments. Last thing, it was on the rate. I'm sorry, it's gone. I forgot. Oh, can you set the group discount rate without, or like, can that be a requirement instead of saying like potentially there's going to be a group discount rate? Shouldn't that be a part of the fee structure that you guys are voting on now?
We'll consider that tomorrow.
Thank you.
I see no questions. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Vicki Hain, and I am the president of the DECI board. I work for Royal Credit Union at 200 Riverfront Terrace, but I have my DECI hat on today because Randy's here to talk about RCU. So I just wanted to share that the DECI board did unanimously vote that we feel that the 3-hour free parking is very important in the ramp. I think that's the point I'd like to make the most, is that the street parking is 2 hours, and I just want to remind you that people do find, like Julia shared, they will park and they'll drive around and around. I don't have to worry about that because RCU is paying for my parking, but I think it's something for us to truly consider to get the ramp full and to get people used to parking. It's harder to charge a fee and then, take it away, but it's nice to have that 3 hours free to get people to use it. And again, we're not taking any revenue away, because on the 4th hour, they would pay the full $2 of parking in there if they had stayed longer for long-term parking. Again, on the contract fee, we do believe that we want to see it full, and so a smaller rate of the $36 that we're proposing from the sheet that was handed out would be appropriate as well to get the ramp full. So on behalf of the DECI board, I just wanted to solidify that this is what our board talked about. We had a lot of input and a lot of discussion, and we'd like to see this ramp succeed. Parking, it should not be an issue downtown, and I think having 3 hours free will make it not an issue. So thank you.
See no questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Hain.
Yep.
Good evening, Mike Carlson, I live at 3005 Windward Court in Eau Claire. I'm president of South Barstow BID. We've been meeting and talking about parking for years, and it's nice to have a problem with parking, which means people are coming downtown, but how to resolve that is why we're talking today. And I think the biggest issue that I think DECI, the North Barstow BID, and the South Barstow BID have kind of come to a conclusion is we want to pull people off the street. Make people who want to come downtown for a short period be able to park closer to the business, give them the better opportunity to visit downtown, to take that short stop into that small shop. I think if we allow 50 cents in the parking ramps on the first hour, I think you'll pull more people onto the street, and that's not what we want. I think in the sense of the business that we're looking at, I think we've all decided that the best idea for us is to create that demand, get them into the ramp, clear the streets, and then at that time, now that we've created, hopefully, a parking problem once again, we can deal with that with the fee structures. But we're thinking that we want to start right now, and I think that that's why I think the bids are very consistent and Decky with the fact that we really want to see a free 3 hours in the ramp to get people off the streets. And the other thing that the South Barstow, in our amendment, the one thing that we did want to emphasize to the city was what is a $5 event. I know Dave Solberg certainly mentioned, something starting and ending in approximately the same time, but we were looking at it going, well, what does that mean? And I guess we were just curious as to what defines that and who defines that. And that was our question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Councilmember Strobel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. We just set the parking fees for the Civic Center lot, and I don't remember the South Barstow bid or Decky coming to that particular meeting, and now we have set those rates already. And do you remember addressing that at all, or is it something that just occurred?
No. I can't speak specifically towards it since I was unavailable in the hospital, so I wasn't. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Carlson has the floor. Mr. Carlson?
I was not able to be here.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson, in your lengthy discussions regarding the monthly rate, what is the significance of 36 versus 42? 20 cents a day, I don't get the argument.
Maybe I can allow one of the people from our parking committee, since they were the ones that brought it to the boards. It was their recommendation. I'd rather let them answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a member of the parking committee here?
Yes.
And just a moment, Mr. Carlson, just 1 sec. Is that the end of your question? In that same vein, do you feel, or did the bid discuss if you would feel differently about 3 hours free if street parking was also 3 hours free? Or is it always in relation to there's 2 hour free parking on the street?
We want to get people off the street. If you're going to be for longer term, we'd like you in the ramp, keep the street available for short term.
So you'd like the street parking to remain at 2 hours, enforceable. Correct. At 2 hours? Because we're getting a lot of pressure the other way.
And we have discussed a 3 hour.
Okay.
But we've not had a formal vote on that.
Okay.
We have on this issue that we presented.
Okay. And I don't mean to drill you, but these items are interconnected, and so we're getting pressure on these interconnected parking issues, and so it helps us to figure out what the bids are thinking about, and I thank you for that.
One last comment I will say, I think the city has been very good about meeting with us and talking with us and listening to our proposals, so I will want to say this has not been a one-way street. It's been dialogue back and forth, and we appreciate that effort.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate your effort too. Thank you for that. And now, Councilmember Klinkhammer, if you could restate your question for the one member of the Decky Parking Committee who's in attendance.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And simply, what is the significance of the $6 between 36 and 42? Is there something there I'm not seeing?
It's consistency between the two ramps, because the ramp in the South Barstow area is $36 a month, and it would also be less than what landlords are charging for their underground parking. So we saw this as being able to attract more parkers.
When you say it's less than what landlords are charging for off-street parking, the 36 is less or the 42 is less?
They charge 40.
They charge 40. Okay. And that small difference is important, apparently.
Eau Claire is very value-driven.
Yeah, well, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anyone else have some input on Mr. Beck?
First of all, Randy Beck, Royal Credit Union. First of all, thank you for building the ramp.
And 4 floors.
And 4 floors. I very much appreciated that. Thank you very much. I just had a clarifying question. In the monthly contract, is that 7 days a week? Is it 6 days a week? It is not clarified on the proposal.
Mr. Solberg?
Right now, our contracts allow 7 days a week parking in the ramps, but it is something that we're looking at for 2017 with the new fee and structure table to have a work week contract and an all-access 24/7. But right now, currently the contracts are set up to allow parking at all times.
I appreciate the clarification. When you're considering that, I would ask that you consider that work weeks are not especially 5 days a week for all industries. So please keep that in mind. One of the things I wanted to talk about, I do support the 3 hour the 3 hour proposal that has been put forward, and wanted to support that. But the event fee is a concern to us. We do have a couple of events that are done down in the Phoenix Park area. If please don't take this as a threat, but if we have a $5 fee for the participants in our event, I don't know that we would be able to hold it at that location. I think that we would have people that would be there for 4 or 5 hours, but I don't know that we would be able to support the event fee at that point. And that's all I have to say. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Beck? It sounds like you also need a clarification as to what is a special event. I think we're grappling with that definition.
Yes.
We are too.
Understood.
We are.
As it's considered, I think that's some of the items that would be very important.
Yeah, okay. Unless, maybe Mr. Solberg isn't grappling with what's a special event.
What we are trying to attempt to do with the special event fee is not to see a big event downtown and see dollar signs with that. What we're trying to do is to provide a service to help those events. So if they want to have parking, if they want to sell parking, if there is an event at the State Theater or at the Confluence Arts Center, that they sell a ticket, they can contact us. We would like to have the ramps reserved for this event, and then when you order your ticket, you could get parking along with your ticket for those services. So what we are trying to do is to have a vehicle that people can request primarily, so we don't have traffic backups in the ramp for 30 minutes. The city staff would staff the ramps. We would collect, the only way we can do this is to collect revenue on entrance. So parkers would come, we would have staff, and then staff would open up the gates, and then it would be a free flow out. So it's not a revenue collection device that we're looking for. It's a way to recoup costs, similar to the way that if we're having special events and streets are closed down and other city services are provided above and beyond what we normally go through, that we can recoup some of the costs associated with that. So, I mean, maybe the policy would be that I think city staff, when it comes, and this is a different argument than the fees here, I think if we have a perpetual event that there are event parking problems with, I think city staff should be able to address that. But primarily what we're looking for is to provide a service to whichever organization would be downtown, that they could have some place that they know they're going to have parking and they have an assurance that people would be able to leave after the event. So that's what our goal is with the event parking. It's not to generate huge sums of money whenever there's a marathon or a fall festival or anything like that downtown. So.
Thank you. We might have some more questions.
I know
Mr. Beck, do you have?
I would possibly ask that the special event, since we don't know what that is, possibly be removed from the proposal to be able to be revisited when we have a policy and we have a clarification. But that's my opinion, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember T. Weld, is your question for Mr. Beck?
No.
Any questions for Mr. Beck? Oh, Councilmember Von Hayden.
Hello. My question relates to your comment that you have an event downtown that lasts 4 to 5 hours. You don't have a problem then with 50 cents an hour for that period of time?
Not if the people would stay for the 4 hours.
Okay, so you want the 3 hours free, but you have no problem with them paying $2.50 if they stay for 5 hours?
No.
Okay.
Excuse me, if I could clarify, that was in reference to the event fee. But
well, that's why I was asking
Okay.
the question, because I understand the event fee is a totally different animal.
Okay.
And that, as Mr. Solberg explained, is a unique circumstance that would only happen if requested by the event holder.
if that's what ends up the proposal.
Any other questions for Mr. Beck? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Councilmember T-Walt, a question?
Maybe a request to staff, if I could. I like calling a special event special, and if it's special, we'll have an event, and you'll fill out the special event form, and if you have special event parking, then we'll add that to the special event form. Perhaps we could find a better word, like reserved parking, preferred parking, if we're going to have a fee for some sort of event, because to me, the language is confusing. Because is Farmer Market a special event? Is everything a special event? And if we could ask them to clarify that term so it's not associated with every event that may use Phoenix Park. They fill out a special event form. I think we need to have again, it relates to the idea of a better definition, but maybe a unique wording. So I'm thinking, the Packers are playing at Carson Park. That might be a special event, something big, just to help clarify. Thanks, just to avoid future confusion.
Councilmember Imegala.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this message is for, or not message, question is for Mr. Solberg. If the chair will allow, I think I need to say a couple sentences to get my thoughts straight and then ask you the question. And for myself as a council member, I'm kind of thinking of my brain like a funnel, and I've got inputs here and inputs here and inputs here, and they're all true and they're all valid from staff perspectives and community partners, and then also thinking about the CIP budget discussions, which is totally different than what we're talking about. But in my mind, what I'm thinking about is, well, if indeed we are generating $1,000 per month and we get $12,000 extra a year, that could go towards improvements or maintenance and things like that. And I see the value in that, and just thinking about the bigger picture of shrinking state revenues. So all of that to set the background for my question, which is when the city has conversations with stakeholders, is the conversation just about yay or nay on 50 cents an hour or 3 hours parking? Or has part of that process been, well, here's the bigger picture, and if we go for 50 cents an hour, here's what we could do with that money? And just wondering if you can help me understand that as I try to process all of that myself.
Well, parking is a true nebulous down here. I mean, there are so many different interests in it. So usually our discussions with the business groups center around, all right, this is what our goal is. In our long-range goals, we're spelled out with the parking study with, trying to circulate cars through on-street, so we don't have people parking on-street for 8, 10, 12 hours. And then to address the surface parking lots close to that, and then the outer ring for that. We typically don't come with something dialed in. We're like, well, what do you see as on-street parking? Do you 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours? We had lengthy talks back and forth. We settled on 2 hours for that. But there is also an enforcement component that gets mixed in with it, as well as, frankly, some of the conditions of our parking assets with surface parking lots and the parking ramp across the street. And there's a recognition, and the parking study pointed out that our parking fund, I guess, not to call it an enterprise fund, wasn't flush with cash. So it was recognized that as businesses move into downtown and redevelop downtown, the parking was going to start to increase. In this parking study that we had, put a framework together on how to try and address those parking demands in a proactive manner, which is what we're attempting to do with the fee structure and getting the contracts, and but allowing flexibility to negotiate with businesses. So we sit down and we have a dialogue, but eventually all of the thoughts that are out there have to be put into a starting point, and that's what happened with the fees, with the ramps and the on-street parking. Is we picked a starting point, and then we try to tweak it if we feel that it's appropriate to go from 2 hours to 3 hours, or 6 days to 7 days, and so forth. So it's kind of how the process goes. We never sit down and just say, this is, the way it's going to be, without a basis to start by. And then if we feel it's, in our opinion, appropriate to change, then we will change. With this particular set of proposals for the North Barstow ramp, based upon the success, and it was $1,000 a week that we're getting instead of a month for a cross. We felt that this was a good, modest starting point on where to start with the North Barstow ramp.
I thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Solberg. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. Back to the special event. If I'm coming downtown and want to park, but I'm not attending the special event, but I want to park in the ramp, am I going to pay $5? And if I don't pay $5, how am I going to be charged?
The way special events parking is, if you're coming downtown and there's a 2,000 person event going at the Confluence Arts Center, and we have signing up for the Civic Center ramp event parking here for $5, much like going to a baseball game. If you park there, even if you're not going to that event, you're paying the $5, but those arms will be raised, and when you leave, you won't have people in front of you waiting to swipe the cards, and it'll help out. I've been here almost 3 years. We haven't had a special event yet, but in the event of trying to address as many fees for these, that's why we're proposing this now and trying to finalize. And there may be some merit into a different title for it, but a special event is truly a special event that would be more significant than a 400, a concert at the State Theater or something that's smaller.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Part of the study that you've done here, you looked at other communities that have had downtown ramps for probably extended periods of time. They've had some experience with them. They probably changed their structures. Did you look at like Cross and Wausau or anything, or are they not similar communities, or are they? And what do they do? What works, what doesn't work? Have we learned from any of those at all?
Well, and I know La Crosse is a peer community. At one point they were free, and then they were having special assessments for their parking ramps, and now they're switching back to charging for parking. Neenah, I believe, has ramp fees. One ramp is significantly less and one is significantly greater, but generally with our peer communities, they're all charging something for their ramps, and they all have an hourly fee structure. They differ. Frankly, with our peer communities, we're towards the higher side, I would say, but we're still very low compared to like a larger community like Madison. But it seems like their fees and their hours have grown into what the community has needed, but they're all generally have a contract rate and generally charge for hourly rates. And I know I was down in La Crosse last year, and they had hotel parking, and you paid $5 at the hotel, and you parked overnight in a certain area of the ramp, and they validated your ticket. So not too dissimilar from the valet parking. So yeah, we're not trailblazing and creating a new path here, but we're generally in with what our peers are doing.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Silver. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on the North Barstow ramp fees? Okay, we'll close that item. We do have a decision point on that item tomorrow at our session at 4 o'clock. And moving along to another item for public discussion is a discussion to allow the public to weigh in on the proposed capital improvement plan for the years 2017 through 2021. Mr. Winzan's introduction.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid and members of the City Council. Before you this evening is a discussion on the 2017 through 2021 capital improvement program. The City Council has held 2 work sessions to discuss the proposed CIP, and both the Waterways Committee as well as the Plan Commission have reviewed the proposed 2017 through 2021 CIP and found it consistent with city plans. We discussed some of the guiding principles and strategies that staff used in developing the proposal. One of those is that the CIP shall support the strategic plan of the city. A couple of ways that it is doing that is, first of all, by providing for the maintenance of existing infrastructure and the timely replacement of equipment, as well as resources being provided for the continued growth of the community. Another principle is that the financing of the capital improvements program should be consistent with the City Council policies on debt and fund balance. And also remember that the capital improvement plan is just that. It is a plan. And later this year, when the City Council adopts the operating budget, we'll also ask that you appropriate funds for 2017 capital projects included in the plan. But the out years, 2018 through 2021, are really in there for planning purposes, to give the City Council and the community some idea of what staff is thinking for subsequent years. Looking at the 2017 portion of the CIP and the sources of funds, about 57% of the CIP will be financed through the issuance of debt. About 34% will be funded with cash available in one of the many funds of the city. And then a little bit will be funded through tax increment, through our tax incremental districts, and a little bit of state and federal aid included. But by far, in a way, the 2 largest shares or portions of funding are cash and the issuance of debt. As far as the uses of funds go, we've talked about this, that about 80% of the projects in this in the year 2017 of this CIP are what we would call maintenance projects. That's taking care of the streets, taking care of our buildings, taking care of the assets that we already own, so that those assets continue to be valuable to the community. About 20% of the projects in 2017 are what I would call new projects, and that is we're creating a new asset that the community hasn't had in the past, and so that's a much smaller portion of the investment in this CIP. Looking at specifically at the repair and maintenance projects for 2017, about 66% are infrastructure type projects, roads, bridges, bike trails, water, sewer. those sorts of exciting things. But again, taking care of what we have, our infrastructure. About 19% are public buildings and equipment. The largest share of that being this building that we're in right now, and doing some taking care of the outside, the shell of this building, including the window replacements, tuck pointing, and really making this building an asset to the community. And about 15% would fall into the category of equipment and technology. Looking at the proposed maintenance and repair components of the 2017 projects, over $10.5 million of the proposed funding for 2017 would fall into the category of transportation improvements. That would include streets, bridges, bike trails, but things that allow people to get from one place to another. About $3.6 million is for our water distribution system, $1.4 million for our stormwater system, and about $1.59 million for our sanitary sewer system. In terms of repair and maintenance of equipment, little bit for water and sewer. The parking system is one of the larger categories in this CIP. It's both primarily for repairs to the Gibson Street or Civic Center parking structure. That facility is in need of some pretty substantial upgrades to compete with the brand new Barstow structure, so we do want to make those repairs to the facility. The other major element within this category that I mentioned previously is City Hall at about $1.48 million, and includes upgrades to this facility, primarily focusing on the exterior, but some interior renovations as well. Proposed repairs and maintenance, or equipment and technology items. The largest item in this category is nearly $1.7 million for central equipment. Our central equipment fund replaces almost all of the motor vehicles and equipment that we use to provide services to the community. Also within this category is about $586,000 for fire services, and almost $600,000 for our management information systems. That's the technology that we use to provide services to the community, and the network that we use on a day-to-day basis to accomplish our work. If we look at the new investment components of this CIP, about 45% would be in the category of public buildings, and about 44% within the category of economic development and redevelopment within the community. Looking at projects within the infrastructure category of new investments, about $300,000 would be for the stormwater utility for some retention facilities to continue to address potential flooding issues within the community. Within the category of public buildings and facilities, Hobbs Ice Center is one investment that's being proposed as a potential addition to the Hobbs Ice Center facility. And then within Parks and Recreation, these include significant enhancements to the Carson Park baseball stadium. Within the new equipment category, a number of small investments totaling nearly $400,000. Really, there's no single big ticket item within this category. Probably the most exciting item would be the library. $60,000 is being provided for self-checkout at the library. Taking a look at our debt service, I wanted to put up both what we showed you last year at about the same time when we adopted the CIP, and be able to compare that to this particular CIP. So this is the graph for the 2016 through 2020 CIP. The blue line represents our past debt service, and the red line represents our current and future debt service. And as you can see, we have a little bit of a dip for debt service for 2016. That's because we didn't issue any new debt or much new debt in 2015. But then you can see it jumps back up in 2017 and then runs pretty stable as a little bit below the trend line. Kind of the light gray line on the graph is what our historical trend line has been. If we compare that to what's proposed in the 2017 through 2021 CIP, it looks very similar. The dip, if you will, is still there. In this case, our debt rises above that historical trend line for a couple of years, but then by the end of this CIP returns back to that historical trend line. So I would characterize the debt service in the proposed CIP as being a little bit higher than than last year's CIP, but not significantly. If we look at our projected fund balance, we had some discussions at the work sessions about fund balance. This is how it looked last year. So at the same time last year when we talked about fund balance, as you can see in the final year of last year's planning efforts, we would have been sitting at the unassigned fund balance was a little bit over 18.5% of the subsequent year's expenditures, but still within council policy of between 15 and 20%. If we look at the proposed CIP, you can see that, again, all of the years do remain within the City Council policy, although the final year of this CIP, being 2020, will be sitting at about 16.8% of subsequent year's expenditures. So it is a little bit less than the final year in the final year of the CIP as compared to last year, but still within the City Council's fund balance policies. The City Council's fund balance policy does indicate that funds in excess of 15% of the subsequent year's expenditures can be used for, considered to supplement the capital outlay expenditures on a pay-as-you-go basis. So the red area in this particular graph is the minimum fund balance required. The blue represents what the general fund transfer is, and the green area represents what our unassigned fund balance is. And as we can see by the last year of this proposal, 2020, the lines are getting pretty close together. That would indicate that we're reaching a point where there isn't a lot of fund balance left in excess of that 15% threshold. Our general obligation debt policy, the City Council has a policy that the maximum amount of debt that we issue is 60% of the statutory maximum, or 3% of the equalized assessed value of the community. In this particular case, the red area represents what the statutory limit is. The green area represents the City Council's adopted policy, and the blue area represents what our debt would be under this proposed CIP. So as you can see, the blue area does not reach into does not go above the green, which indicates that we are in compliance with the City Council's policy on general obligation debt. The council debt policy also does indicate that net direct debt should not exceed 3 times the operating revenues of the city. The red area represents 3 times the operating revenue. Green area represents the net direct debt. And once again, we would be in compliance with this policy. And I believe last policy consideration is that the debt levy should not exceed 25% of the total tax levy, with an effort to maintain the levy at proportionate even level for tax rate stabilization. So the red area represents 25% of our tax levy. The green area represents the debt service under this proposed CIP. And as you can see throughout the CIP, we do remain in compliance with this particular component of the debt policy. So at this time, I would be happy to answer questions about the proposed capital improvement plan. And as I indicated, really the council will be considering this plan for action tomorrow evening. And then the next step, or the final step in this process, will be when we adopt the operating budget, which will include the year 2017 of the CIP as an element of that budget.
Thank you, Mr. Winzen. I see Councilmember Von Hayden has a question.
Just a question related to the proposal for the expenditures at Carson Park. As I understand it, there's somewhere between $3 and $4.5 million over a few-year period relating to bleachers and some artificial turf. As I understand it, there is a component of this that will be paid for by the stakeholders. My question relates to kind of a timing of when we get the money from the stakeholders, because if they were to contribute 50% of it, when do we make that decision as to approve this related to what's coming in from the stakeholders? And in other words, if we wanted to say it had to be 50% of the money raised before we could do anything, or if we do 75% and 25, and spread it out, when is that decision reached?
Well, before any project at Carson Park could proceed forward, that project would need to be bid, and certainly before the city council would want to award those bids, I would think you would want to know where, if the funding was in place to do that. Certainly, the other piece is this fall before the project is before you appropriate funds for the project, would be an additional time to be asking those particular questions. Now, the reason we've included really the entire funding in here at this point in time is we're unsure whether the private groups will have the cash up front, or whether they're going to be relying upon contributions occurring over future years as well. So we've included all the funds as a borrowing, just in case that they're reliant upon contributions coming in over time. So that's why we structured it that way.
Okay, so when we do the appropriation this fall, we should have an approximation of how the funds will be raised to cover the stakeholders' portion.
Mr. Fieber has had the most direct contacts with the outside groups, so I'm not sure exactly what schedule they're on as far as their fundraising and entering into any sort of a development agreement with the city. So I might defer some of those questions to Mr. Fieber.
What I'm really saying here is that we should have a plan in effect before appropriating the funds.
I think that would be a good idea.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. This is questions from Mr. Wenzenz, and City Manager Mr. Peters can feel free to comment if he wants. But it seems to me like the last budget work session that we had, it was a consensus, at least of the council members there, that we didn't necessarily care for the trend of spending down that unassigned fund balance. And I wonder, in looking at the graphs that you showed there, the debt service is going up and then somewhat levels off. But if we do not spend down that unassigned fund balance, the debt service, if we leave the same budget in there, is going to climb even higher, would it not?
Yes, it would. If the expenditure budget stayed the same and we reduced the amount of fund balance that we were using for projects, some other funding source would have to make up that difference, and which would likely be the issuance of debt.
And then I thought I saw in here as well that you had projected revenues, and then we have the projected planned spending. Do we always, or is it a trend to potentially spend more on these capital projects than what our projected revenue is, because we may or may not necessarily expend all of those projects? Or could you explain that?
Well, I mean, as far as our capital projects go, we really only have two primary sources of revenue. One of those really isn't a source of revenue. One of them is a transfer from the general fund, which historically we've done that from fund balance. The other funding source is the issuance of debt, which really isn't a source of revenue because we have to pay it back. So it really isn't a source of funds. The discussion really gets back to the operating budget to some extent, and the position that levy limits have placed many communities in the state of Wisconsin, and that is that our revenue sources, things like fees and forfeitures and interest earnings and property tax revenues and federal aid and those sorts of things, are growing at a very slow rate, and almost all of that growth in the revenue is needed just to continue to provide the basic services to the community, police and fire, and those sorts of activities. So there really isn't a lot left over to be able to fund capital improvements. The way we've been able to do that historically is by being fairly conservative in our operating budget projections and over-realizing revenue and under-expending the operating budget. And we've been very successful in doing that, usually to the tune of somewhere between $2 and $3 million a year that we're able to use then to fund subsequent years' capital expenditures. I think that that's somewhat unique to Eau Claire. There are many communities that all of their capital budget is funded through the issuance of debt. They're not able to fund capital projects on a pay-as-you-go basis anymore. But in the capital budget, if we were to budget just based upon our revenue of somewhere between $2.5 to $3 million in what's available from the general fund, from the fund balance, we would have to make extremely substantial reductions in our capital program. I mean, somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 to $12 million.
One more follow-up, if I may. So if we approve this capital improvement plan here in 2017, what effect would that potentially have on the average homeowner?
The owner of a home assessed at about $150,000 would pay about $21 per year more in property taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Winzenz. I see no further questions. And I see no members of the are there members of the public who wish to comment on the capital improvement plan? Okay, seeing none, we will close that item. Item 6 on our public discussion is a discussion of some changes to our boards, commissions, and committees. Mr. Peters will lead us through 5 changes we're contemplating tomorrow. Mr. Peters.
Good evening, and thank you. All successful organizations adapt to change. And if you fail to adapt to change, you become ineffective, perhaps inefficient, and in worst case, you become irrelevant. A city is absolutely no different, and we have to be continuously looking at how we do things. From a city staff perspective, we are constantly looking at process improvement to evaluate how we deliver the services that we provide to the community. It takes courage to look at change. It takes courage to look at how you do things. And the Advisory Committee on Appointments took on the task of looking at 30 different boards and commissions. 30 different boards and commissions that work with about 150 citizens plus staff to help guide the city in what we do and how we do it. They looked at these 30 boards and commissions, and by the way, those of you who don't know but are maybe watching, that committee was chaired by Councilmember Mitchell, and also on the committee was Council President Kerry Kincaid and Councilmember Catherine Emanuel. So the committee looked at the 30 boards and commissions and came up with 14 recommendations. And they did this by looking at the council committee structure. Some of these committees, believe it or not, go all the way back to the 1970s. So you have some boards and commissions that have existed for 40 or 45 years. And they evaluated these boards and commissions, and they looked at them in terms of their effectiveness of use of time. Council members' time, staff time. They looked at it in terms of effectiveness for the committee structure, and then also how do these committees tie to the strategic plan. The committee's been looking at these their evaluations since 2015. They sought council member input, staff input, and they narrowed their evaluation down to the 14 recommendations that then had a pre-legislative meeting with you on May 23rd. From that tonight, there are 5 of the recommendations that are coming forward for your consideration with the public discussion tonight and have action on your table tomorrow. Those 5 are the Affirmative Action Committee, the Economic Policy Advisory Committee, the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee, the Chippewa Valley Sports Commission, and the 7 Mile Creek Landfill Standing Committee. These are committees that are formed by resolution. The committees that you have that are formed by ordinance will be coming back later this summer or early in the fall. But for tonight and tomorrow, we have brought before you at your request from the pre-legislative meeting the recommendations for these 5. In talking about each one of them, the Affirmative Action Committee is a committee that's made up of 5 citizens, 2 council members, and the city's affirmative action officer. It was formed in 1973. This was before we had a human resource department. And of course, now in today's world, we have human resource professionals that are trained in diversity and affirmative action techniques to provide a diverse workforce. The recommendation of the committee is to discontinue the committee, but not necessarily discontinue the work that would happen at the staff level. The alternate activities will involve several things. One is taking a look at the metrics of how we evaluate the effectiveness of our affirmative action efforts and sharing those results and those metrics with our senior staff on a regular basis. We would also seek internal input. This would be inviting a diverse group of our employees to get together from various departments and talk about what's working and what's not working in the diversity of our organization. Talking to these employees to say, why did you apply? Why are you here? What can we do to perhaps have a more diverse applicant pool? What do we need to do as an employer to keep a diverse workforce? So we would be on a regular basis meeting with this internal group of employees to have those discussions and receive that input. We would also be looking at external input. There's a group of senior HR professionals in the community that meet on a monthly basis, and we would be approaching that group to talk about and ask them for input on best practices and also to see what we can do about improving the diversity of the workforce for the entire Chippewa Valley. Besides that, we are now working on a best practices report. This was part of the strategic plan. That report should be out this fall. We're hopeful, as we've had some things that we're working on to get that report done. And then finally, working into the evaluation that the council has with the city manager to have a discussion between the manager and the council about what efforts are being made to move forward with a diverse workforce and the affirmative action practices that we have as part of the evaluation process with the manager. The second one is the Economic Policy Advisory Committee. This is a committee that's made up solely of 3 council members, one of whom has to be part of the RDA. It was formed in 1993. The recommendation is to discontinue this advisory committee, and the alternative activities would be that staff is going to consult with community members and others in the economic development that have expertise. And of course, a reminder that all economic policies would be reviewed and brought back forth to the City Council for approval. The third one is the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee. It's also a membership of 3 council members. It's formed as a regular committee in 2013. The recommendation is to discontinue this advisory committee. And the alternate activities here would be to use a process of ad hoc task force. We are developing a charter. It's a document that if a council member or council members wanted to have a individual topic studied, that we would work with that council member to develop that charter, which would define the beginning and the end and how we would actually work through that particular task force topic. And then, of course, it would come back to the council for a review, and if there's any policy change for the full council to evaluate. The fourth one is the Chippewa Valley Sports Commission. The membership is 11 directors and 1 council member. The recommendation is to limit the membership to just the directors, and Visit Eau Claire supports that recommendation. And finally, the 7 Mile Creek Standing Committee, Landfill Committee, which was formed in 2005. It has a contract that calls for a council member or a citizen, a resident, and the recommendation is to appoint a citizen. With that, I would entertain any questions you might have, or I'm sure the 3 members of the committee would also be willing to entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Feel free to sit down if you're more comfortable.
Thank you.
Question for Mr. Peters? Or
either.
The committee?
Thank you, Council President, for the floor. I wanted to follow up Mr. Peters or commission members, appointments committee members on the Affirmative Action Commission, and I feel that, you know, looking at how we address diversity in our city and in our hiring practices is very important. And I guess I'm okay with the recommendation that's being made, but I think as I discussed with you before, Mr. Peters, putting into writing something that states, and I saw there's a letter there, but I didn't know, is it your feeling that if we pass the resolution tomorrow that discontinues affirmative action, that letter is in essence also attached to the resolution? Does it have the weight of a resolution for the new process that we're going to?
I can certainly, the city attorney may want to also weigh in, but the resolution that would discontinue the committee does just that. It discontinues the committee. The memo is my commitment to you as to where we want to go forward with our actions, with in our efforts as it relates to affirmative action. And to the extent that it's also part of your evaluation of me as a manager, to the extent that we want to change or modify that over time, we would certainly be able to do that through the evaluation process.
And if I could follow up, I think I'm a little confused as to, we have metrics on here, and I think what would be helpful is if we had something a little more concrete as a resolution that says, we're discontinuing this, but here's our new approach. Here's what our aims are for diversity of hiring in our city. Something that's a little bit more concrete, because what I want to be able to do is this isn't a small move, and I think the committee and the council knows that. But what I would like to be able to do is, if we vote on this tomorrow, to come back in 3 years and say, look, we try a different approach, we have a more diverse workforce. So we can actually see that there's something that we're accomplishing by making this really important move.
Mr. Peters, I don't know if you...
What I would add is that the basic metrics are already there, and that's what the current Affirmative Action Committee looks at with their quarterly meetings. So we have a baseline from which we're going to be able to measure the success or improvements that we see. We're hopeful to add other metrics to it as we talk to these other professionals. As I mentioned, we are doing the best practices report, and I suspect that we're going to change some of our practices after we receive this best practice report. So the metrics are already there. They're the same metrics that the current committee looks at. And so, yeah, we'll be able to look back 2 or 3 years from now and see whether this has made an improvement or not.
Other questions? Councilmember Stroh?
Yes, thank you. A couple things on FISPAC. Only a couple things today, maybe tomorrow more. Clarification, it was formed as a regular committee in May of 2013. Seems, FISPAC was formed before I got on council, so I'm kind of wondering if it wasn't formed prior to that?
To the best of my recollection, it formed itself rather as an ad hoc committee before 2013, but in 2013, we had a resolution that made it a regular, I guess, I don't know if you call it a standing committee, but we took formal action to make it a standing committee of the city council. But it did work prior to that, that's true.
Okay, so it was more of a formal thing, okay.
Yeah, we made it more formal in 2013 by action of the council.
And then a clarification from anybody on this part of it. It says about these ad hoc groups, that based on this recommendation, the existing FISPAC will be discontinued. It says city staff will seek out and request input in ad hoc committees as needed. It seems to me that that's taking this from a council-driven agenda to a staff-driven agenda, and it's not the council that's seeking out these ad hoc committees potentially. I guess that I would clarification on that.
I guess, if, with your permission, I would ask for staff input on that point. Do you find that appropriate? Mr. Peters.
Sure, thank you. No, I would see that as to the extent that a council member has an issue that they would like to have explored. We can do that in a couple ways. One, as individuals, you contact the city manager's office and we work through providing you information. But if you'd like to form a task force of council members that is going to work on a particular fiscal policy issue, then we're developing it's called a charter, and which would very clearly outline what it is we want to study, what the parameters are, kind of where the boundaries are, what the resources are that we provide, what staff would, be supporting it. And then as a council member, you can bring that back to the full council, and if approved, the council would then form that task force to take on the review of that particular fiscal policy.
Okay, so council could initiate this, and or council members, a couple council members, but it would have to come back to the full council for approval to move forward with the study issue. Does that sort of change the way we do business now? If a council member wants to work with staff on something, they can, correct? They just maybe don't have an ad hoc committee. I'm just.
Yes. Yeah. If you remember the ad hoc resolution committee, some people wanted to work on that, and we came back to all of you and said, okay, well, does anyone else want to? And we formed a task force, and we spent staff time and resources and came back to you then with a recommendation. But it is different if a council member can, by his or her own initiative, address a problem, and if that problem results in a resolution on our agenda, that we have that process that we're used to. But this is for forming a task force to look at a policy issue that needs all of us to A or nay or amend. Does that help? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Another example would be the recent resolution to form the group to look at the council handbook. So it'd be a similar thing, but I think what the city manager is saying is that he's going to develop a more formal structure for that kind of thing now, so that it would have a beginning and an end. It would clarify exactly what's going to happen, rather than just an open-ended something or other. So there's another example.
Councilmember Whitton.
Thank you, Council President. If I could ask a clarification on that, was it felt that the current process, because we saw the reports that came forward and some of the recommendations that came forward from this commission, was it the feeling of the advisory commission that wasn't working, or that they weren't as effective as they could have been? And I guess I'm a little worried whether this might forming ad hoc committee to look at one issue or another might be a little bit higher of a threshold to address some of the issues that we normally were just having sort of end up on our desk and be part of the discussion.
I would respond to that, such that if you recall, FISPAC returned to us to approve their work plan. And that seems like a pretty high bar, that 11 of us look at the work plan, and I guess we could have amended or said, no, we don't want you to work on that. So I think we have probably a similar sort of vetting process, if I can call it that, as far as if you want to work on a fiscal policy, you have a policy you think we need that we haven't ever had, or we need to amend a policy, and you get some of us together who have that sort of passion and want to come out with a really good, a simple and elegant stated fiscal policy on whether we should form a parking utility, for example. Then you do that work, and it's really hard, and you really care about it, and then you come back with this product. And but they would all be fiscal policies. And so I know that's how I see it.
Just sort of that's going to be more effective than what we had before.
Councilmember. Were you at the?
No, my apologies, I wasn't.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
had a family medical leave.
You don't have to explain. I just couldn't remember. What we learned about this committee and EPAC was that it took too much staff time, more staff time than staff had to offer. And so we are bringing that recommendation primarily on behalf of the city manager and on behalf of staff. And so I think the idea is that a specific topic that is put into a defined situation will be less staff time than FISPAC itself was.
Councilmember Clinkham.
The question that you asked was, does this raise the bar or something to that effect about? And I think that does address and speaks specifically to the priority and the amount of staff time available. And I think it does raise the bar, because there's no question that some of the things that FISPAC did had merit. Okay, there are a lot of things that they did that probably not so much. And I think that this, by eliminating this and requiring us as a council member to come forward with something that we are passionate about regarding a fiscal policy, or staff to bring to us, that would help them become more effective. I think if we're going to expend valuable staff time and council time, it's going to be spent on something that we all feel is going to be very important and a benefit.
So really, on a Monday night now, we're in sort of a question period. We've strayed from that a little bit, but no one's going to tell on us. So theoretically, we should be asking pointed questions. Yeah, trying not to answer them, I guess, but it's hard when you're asking yourself questions. Who does one answer? Then what's the answer? Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. The list of recommendations that we were given some time ago, there were more recommendations than we have before us. What happened to the rest of the recommendations? Are they to come, or have they been dropped, or?
So these 5 were the boards or commissions that were formed or created legislatively by resolutions. The remaining 9 are ordinances, and we anticipate bringing those back later this summer or early in the fall.
Further questions? Okay, we'll prepare ourselves for, there are 5 different actions tomorrow. We'll take them up separately. I anticipate a good discussion. Lastly, for public discussion is a discussion on the proposed charter ordinance amending section 2.04010 of the city code entitled Reorganization Aldermanic Districts Council Salaries. Mr. Winzen.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. Just a little bit of background to set the stage for this particular item. Back on April 25th, the City Council held a pre-legislative discussion about increasing council salaries at the request of Council Member Emanuel and Council President Kincaid. The salaries were last increased in 1995 for the City Council as well as the Council President. During the course of the pre-legislative discussion, there seemed to be some consensus on the part of the council members in attendance that council president and council member salaries should be increased to some extent, and there also seemed to be some consensus that it should roughly tie to salary increases given to non-represented city employees. So now there is a charter ordinance coming back to the City Council for your consideration. That charter ordinance is on your agenda for action at tomorrow's meeting. This just gives a brief history of the City Council salaries. As you can see, they were established by charter ordinance back in April of 1967. And were last changed on January 10th of 1995 and are currently set at $3,600 per year for the council president and $3,000 per year for each city council member. A little bit more background information on peer communities within Wisconsin that operate under the council manager form of government as Eau Claire does. Most of the communities, with the exception of Janesville, do offer some form of compensation to the city council and council president. Ranges from a high of $5,000 for council members and $6,500 for the council president in Oshkosh, to a low of no compensation in Janesville. Average about $2,600 for council members and $3,200 for the council president. Also did some additional research at the request of a council member on some other council manager communities within the Midwest, within our region, so to speak. I would caution here that every one of these communities in different states have different powers vested in city managers and different powers vested in city councils. So the comparisons may not be really apples to apples. That being said, they range from a high of nearly $13,000 per council member in Evanston, Illinois, to a high of $35,000 for the council president or mayor in Champaign, Illinois. So they do vary greatly. The average compensation for a city council member is about $8,400 amongst these peer communities, and for the council president or mayor at about $14,700. But again, a wide variety of levels of compensation. The proposed charter ordinance would increase the salary of the council president from $3,600 per year to $6,100 per year. This was calculated by applying the wage increase for non-represented city employees to the most recent salary of the council president of $3,600. And it would actually take the council president's salary all the way through the wage increase that is anticipated for I guess, July 1st. That's actually behind us. The proposed charter ordinance would also increase the salary of city council members from $3,000 per year to $5,100 per year. The same methodology was used for this calculation as well. Any salary increase would be effective following the spring election in April of 2019. As city council members recall, city council cannot vote itself a raise that would be effective immediately. It could only be effective upon the when a council member stood for re-election and was re-elected. It could be effective for them at that time. However, there seemed to be some consensus during the pre-legislative discussion that council members wanted it to be effective for all council members at the same time, and the only way to accomplish that is after each of the current sitting council members had stood for re-election, which would be after the spring election in April of 2019. Because it's a charter ordinance, and because it's a charter ordinance that deals with the compensation of the city council, a 3/4 vote of the city council is required for adoption, and that is 9 affirmative votes of the city council in order to adopt the charter ordinance. And then the charter ordinance does not go into effect for 60 days, but as I said, the actual compensation change would not occur until after the spring election in 2019. That concludes my presentation. If there are questions of me, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, it's up for discussion.
Councilmember Strobel?
And I'm not sure if this is a question for you or maybe city staff, or somebody could maybe come back at me tomorrow with it, but it may be just a comment. But I think the numbers you have from the other states is really apples and oranges there. I don't bring anything out of the compensation too much there. But what I do have a question on, in looking at both of these comparisons, the one thing that sticks out at me like a sore thumb is the number of council members. And it seems like Eau Claire's got probably 4 more council members than any other community just about. And I wondered, has it always been 11, or can you tell us when that changed, or is that pretty typical?
Mr. Peters?
Yes, thank you, and I believe the city clerk's pulling it up, but loosely, I believe if you go back far enough, we had 5 city council members. That was changed to 7 at some point, maybe in the 90s or in late 80s, maybe. And then later it was moved to 11 with the 5 at large and the 5 districts. So we went from 5 to 7 to 11 is my loose memory of that. Maybe the city clerk will have some more details on that.
When the city was chartered in 1872, it was a mayor and 2 aldermen. They were elected by ward. 1910, it was the mayor and 2 aldermen at large. 1949, we went to the council manager forum. That was 7 council members at large. 1987 was changed to 10. They were all elected by district. 1993, we went to the current 551, as it's called. That was the last change we had.
Councilmember Worthman?
Thank you, Council President. This is, I believe, a question for the city attorney regarding the vote threshold. And for some reason, I remember this vote happening in 2008 on the council salary increase as being 8 votes to affirm an increase. And I'd have to go back and double check, but I'm wondering if you can speak to that, because normally I think our budget votes are 8 votes versus 9.
Mr. Nick?
Thank you. It's not a budget vote issue that's driving it. It's actually 2 supermajority requirements, but it's not like they add on top of each other. So with most charter ordinances, you do have a 2/3, which would be 8 of your 11. However, there's a specific requirement in 6209, which deals with the officers in city government, and expressly indicates that if you're going to change your salary, it needs to be 3/4 of all the members. And so that's what drives it. You always look to whatever the highest requirement is, and in this instance, since it's not just a charter ordinance, but it's a charter ordinance dealing with council salaries, the 6211 or 6209 requirement applies, and it's 3/4. It's it is 6209. 11 is your total membership, but it's in the memo that's attached at page 46 of your materials this evening. It addresses it in the last paragraph, so it's 6209 sub 6 that requires the 3/4 supermajority vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President.
I have a question for the city manager, and it's a tangential question related to the pay increase. When we had the pre-legislative study discussion, one of the questions I brought up was looking at the phone increase, our allotment. If I remember correctly, our current phone allotment per month is about $9. And I think that's, well, I'll save my commentary for that for another time. But you and I had a discussion about that. I'm wondering if you can share some of the perspectives on how and when that part of the conversation may revisit itself back to the council.
Mr. Peters.
Thank you. The phone reimbursement and also the mileage are handled by resolution, so they're not part of the pay plan ordinance that you're reviewing. And there was some brief discussion of that, at the pre-legislative meeting. We are currently evaluating internally the way in which we handle phones for city employees, and we're going through that evaluation right now, coming into the budget process. And so our thought process is that if we're going to be making a change to the way we handle phones and phone reimbursements for city employees, that we would bring forth any changes to make the council consistent with whatever we're doing with the city staff at the same time. And that should be later this summer, going into the budget process.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember T.
Thank you, Council President. You might have to guide me up. I've got some input from one of my constituents, and I want to just highlight, and then I will make sure that it's forwarded to you. I received it today. May I do so?
Well, let's see. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah. Mr. Nick, how do we handle absent or communicated public input? What, do you have a recommendation, Mr. Nick?
Well, it's certainly something that can be shared either directly, as you indicated at the beginning of most of your meetings, that comment cards are available, which then get distributed to council members. I think that's certainly an appropriate way. I think at times council members have given voice to it when it's communicated through them. I mean, there's nothing inappropriate about that, but it's really how you all want to handle your meetings.
I see. Then I just have to think for a minute. The chair finds that it's most consistent with our practice that if Councilmember T-Walt could share his email with us. As Mr. Nick indicated, written comments we don't really receive until after our open session, and I find a written communication to you more consistent with a written comment than a communication that the constituent shared with all of us. So my answer is please share that email with us prior to tomorrow's meeting, and at which time we'll certainly discuss the input.
Let me just respond to that if I can. I have sent that forward to be shared. Please take a look at it. I think they make some good points for our consideration, and I'm deliberating that information myself. Okay?
Then are you okay with the decision, or do you feel like it's appropriate or consistent?
Always with yours, Council President.
Oh.
So yes,
I'm just trying
think
to earn
that's a
that
fair
$6,000
balance. Yes. So.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll look forward to your input then. Anyone else? Questions? Okay, that does bring to a close our public portion of the meeting tonight.
We will return to your program after a short break. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to your program. This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
This meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Here.
Emmanuel?
Here.
Cade?
Here.
Klinkhammer?
Here.
Larson?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Strobel?
Here.
T-Wall?
Here.
Von Hayden?
Here.
Worthman?
Here.
Jean?
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Tuesday, July 12th, 2016 legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its legislative session, the council deliberates and takes action on the agenda items before us. We have prepared for this duty by conducting public hearings, holding public discussions, reading the background materials in our packets, working with citizens, and collaborating with staff. And we are prepared this afternoon to exercise our responsibility. We welcome citizens who are joining us in chambers and those of you who are joining us remotely through community television. We do have important items on our agenda, so we will begin our work, which starts with the consent agenda. Do council members have questions or wish to remove an item for separate consideration? On a motion then by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, the consent agenda is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
The consent agenda is passed. Our business agenda opens with item 6, a resolution appointing an authorized representative to file applications for financial assistance from the State of Wisconsin Environmental Improvement Fund to help property owners replace their lead service lines. Mr. Pippinger.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources has allocated $11.8 million of principal forgiveness funds to help property owners replace their lead service lines. The City of Eau Claire is eligible for $500,000 of that grant money to assist in this effort. The City of Eau Claire has approximately 1,266 lead service lines in our system. The city has submitted an application to the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources on June 22nd for this grant funding to help property owners replace lead service lines. As part of the application program, the Department of Natural Resources requires a resolution appointing an authorized representative, in this case it would be the finance director, to file applications for financial assistance from the state of Wisconsin's Wisconsin Environmental Improvement Fund. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Von Hayden has a question.
This isn't so much on the application, but if we got that number of lead pipes, are they in such shape that they're not causing problems for the people using them at this point in time, or do we know or not know?
They're not causing a problem. The reason that is because we actually treat our water for corrosion control. A lot of you have heard of Flint, Michigan and what happened with them, and the reason why they had their problem is that they did not do the corrosion control.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank Thank you again, Mr. Pippinger. I see no further questions. On a motion then by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 6 is moved. Discussion. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President, and I just want to thank Mr. Pippinger for his work on this and draw your attention to another effort that's already being worked on as well. Mr. Pippinger and myself and a software developer have actually been working on a way to help people in the city easily search up whether or not they have lead pipes running to their homes, and that's already underway right now, and it's something I kind of want to draw attention to because I think it segues very nicely to the fact that this funding is going to be available if people want to take that next step. So just wanted to put out there my thanks also to Mr. Pippinger for all of his work on this issue.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye. And that resolution passes. With item 7, we begin a series of resolutions, financial resolutions, I guess, relating to bonds and notes. Number 7 is an initial resolution authorizing not to exceed $8,135,000 in aggregate principal amount of general obligation bonds of the City of Eau Claire and Chippewa counties for street and street improvement projects in 2016. Mr. Winsens.
Council President and City Council, this presentation will actually cover the next 8 agenda items. All of these resolutions relate to 2016 financing of projects that were included in the capital improvements program, and for legal reasons need to be broken out into all of these differing initial resolutions, but they all relate to the 2016 CIP. As I indicated, all the funding proposed in these resolutions relates to projects in the 2016 or prior CIPs. It could be that a project was actually included in the 2015, but we didn't get the project completed or didn't need to borrow the funds until this particular note issue. The debt financing is really divided into 4 parts. We have a series 2016A, 2016B, 2016C, and 2016D debt issues. So when this comes back before the City Council to actually award the sale, you'll see it coming back in that format as opposed to these 8 different resolutions on this particular agenda. The 2016A debt issue will be structured as a 20-year tax-exempt bonds. Includes funding for street improvements in the amount of about $14 million, bridge improvements in the amount of $1 million, fire station trucks and equipment in the amount of $1.6 million, stormwater improvements in the amount of $810,000, and water utility improvements in the amount of about $2.5 million. Interest rates on the 20-year tax-exempt bonds are estimated to be 2.88% at this time. Included, I believe, with your agenda materials were the pre-sale reports that contain all of this information as well. The 2016B issue will be structured as a 10-year taxable promissory note, includes funding for the community arts facility from tax incremental district number 8 in the amount of $1.55 million, for the community arts facility from tax incremental district number 10 in the amount of $3.61 million, and parking improvements in the amount of $2.5 million. The parking improvements in this case were for the 4th level to the parking structure. Interest rates on the 10-year taxable promissory notes are estimated to be 2.69%. We've also included funding in the 2016 C promissory notes for street improvements and city hall improvements. These will be structured as 10-year tax-exempt promissory notes. Street improvements and the special assessment portion of that funding is being provided in the amount of $1.6 million. And city hall improvements, total funding included is $1.2 million for things such as roof replacement, window and glass replacement, partial funding for the retuck pointing of this building, and some interior remodeling as well. Interest rates on the 10-year tax-exempt promissory notes are estimated to be 1.98%. And last, the 2016 D issue will be tax-exempt refunding bonds. It's a current refunding of a 2006 note issue. Refunding is basically the same as refinancing the mortgage on your house. The current bonds have interest rates carrying at 4.125% up to 4.35%. This refunding is being done solely for interest savings. There's no additional funds being borrowed under this refunding. Interest rates are estimated to be 1.87%, resulting in savings of about $251,000 over the life of the bonds. That has a present value of about $227,000. So pretty significant savings in this case with the refunding. Things to remember when we're...
Zenz, do you mind if I just take a moment?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Mitchell pointed out something on Series A, or the A, 2016A.
Yep.
I think there's maybe a typo.
I think the street improvements are really 8 million, right? The total is 14.
The total, yes.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
We in our the cover letter is correct.
Yep. I apologize for that mistake. Thing to remember when we're financing is that there's always a 1-year delay between when we issue the debt and when we start making payments on the debt. So in 2016, we'll issue the debt, but we don't start making payments on the debt until 2017. So the debt we issue this year really affects the taxes or the tax rates for next year. Similarly, later in the agenda, we'll be talking about the 2017 CIP and 2017 projects. The debt we issue in that case it will affect the 2018 tax rates, not the 2017. So at the time, a year ago, when we were talking about the 2016 CIP, we estimated that debt service in 2017 would be about $9.36 million. Given the financing package that we're bringing before you this afternoon, the 2017 debt service is now estimated at $8.7 million. So from that initial estimate that we gave you last year when the CIP was approved, the 2017 debt service has decreased by about $600,000. Even with that decrease, the debt service in 2017 would increase about $1.1 million from the 2016 actual number. This graph I put up last night, just want to speak about it briefly again. As you can see, there was a dip in our debt service in 2016. And as council may recall, that's because in 2015, we didn't issue any additional general fund debt. We used cash on hand in order to pay for projects. However, in 2016 now, today, we need to issue that debt to pay for those projects. So really, the increase that we're talking about is covering a 2-year period because we didn't issue any debt last year. So if we look at the 2017 debt service compared to 2015, it actually increases by about $942,000, or on average about $471,000 per year. So this evening, before you are 8 initial resolutions dealing with specific components of the proposed bond and note issues. The sale of the promissory notes is scheduled for August 9th. The closing date for the promissory notes is planned for August 30th. The sale of the bonds is scheduled for September 13th, and the closing date for the bonds is scheduled for October 4th. Both the sale of the notes on August 9th and the sale of the bonds on September 13th will require City Council award of the bid to the low bidder. So both of those items will be coming back before this body. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Winsent. I see Councilmember Von Hayden has a question.
What is the approximate tax effect to the individual on this increased debt service?
Sure. If we compare the 2000, what we expect for the 2017 tax bill to 2016, it's about $37 per year.
And I assume we could ask questions on all 8 of these resolutions, actions, if we have them. I see no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Winsent. We'll work our way through these resolutions then, starting with number 7, which I've introduced already. On a motion by Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Larson, item 7 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid.
Aye.
Clinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman. John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
That resolution passes. Item 8 is a resolution authorizing $1,015,000 for bridge improvement projects. On a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel. Is there discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Clinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 9 is a resolution not to exceed $1,625,000 for fire station and pump truck and other repairs. On a motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember T-Wall, item 9 is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Clinkhammer.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 10 is a resolution not to exceed $810,000 in principal aggregate amount for storm water projects and other water projects. On a motion by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, item 10 is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Clinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Winding our way through, item 11 is a resolution authorizing not to exceed $2,535,000 in aggregate principal amount obligation bonds for water system projects. On a motion by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 11 is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Clinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 12 is an initial resolution authorizing not to exceed $7,660,000 in aggregate principal amount promissory notes for TIDS 8 and 10 contributions to the Community Arts Center, construction of the fourth level of the new parking ramp and repairs to the Gibson Street ramp. On a motion by Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Larson, item 12 is moved. Discussion. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Workman. Aye. John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 13 continues our work with an initial resolution authorizing not to exceed $2,875,000 in aggregate principal amount general obligation notes for City Hall repairs. On a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel, item 13 is moved, and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Von Hayden,
Aye.
Workman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Finally, item 14 is a resolution authorizing not to exceed $2,135,000 in principal amount general obligation refunding bonds to refinance existing bonds from 2006. On a motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember T-Wall, item 14 is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Workman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 15 introduces a new topic, or an old new topic. It is the resolution approving the 2017-2021 capital improvement plan for the city of Eau Claire. As you all know, we won't be appropriating funds until budget time, and that will only include capital and projects for the years 2017. Mr. Winzans, any more presentation? On a motion then by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel. Item 15 is moved, and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Workman.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 16 is a resolution authorizing a relocation order for the acquisition of land for the Short Street reconstruction project. Mr. Solberg.
Good evening. No parking or fees related with this at the time, so we'll try to make it straightforward. Short Street is scheduled to be reconstructed next year in 2017. This is a project that we are receiving funds from the Department of Transportation. It starts at Highway 37 and it ends at the Short Street Bridge over the Chippewa River. The project will be bid in January. We do require the purchase of a piece of property close to the Chippewa River in this location. Currently, the existing bridge has a multi-use trail on the bridge, but it does not continue across the, once you end the bridge and you continue along Short Street. So we are building a multi-use trail that will connect up to this crossing of the river, and then will ultimately go down to the crossing at this location where the Chippewa River Trail crosses Short Street. This relocation order authorizes the purchase of that property, and also in the unlikely event that we're not able to come to a mutually agreeable settlement with the property owner, it would authorize us to issue a jurisdictional offer to purchase that land. I have met with this property owner earlier this week, went through the project with him, asked if he had any questions, and I do not anticipate that we will have any problem reaching a mutually agreeable solution with him.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Questions on this project? Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. What's the timeframe on the project, and Is it possible to work it around some of the music festivals out there?
Well, it's extremely tight. The time frame right now is it's going to be bid in January. It's scheduled to be bid in January. Our initial thoughts are to have it start after school is out in early June. There isn't a large degree of underground work. It's mainly a pavement replacement project. If we can have it wrapped up by the music festivals, we're going to try to do so. If not, hopefully we're at a stage where we can have it partially open during, at least Country Jam is the first one that would use it, and then the Eau Claire Fest is music festival is after that. So I can't promise that we would, but that's our goal, to try and minimize the impact as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. I see no further questions. And the motion by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Worthman. Item 16 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Emanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Ball?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 18 is a resolution ordering the repair of sidewalk and curb and gutter according to state statute 66.0907 at 75 locations. Council members have questions about any of the proposed repairs? Oh, item 17. Oops, thanks. On a motion then by Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Larson, item 17 is moved. Discussion. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
T-Wall?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 18 is a resolution amending the City of Eau Claire schedule of fees and licenses by adding charges for the North Barstow parking ramp. The resolution on page 116 of our Tuesday packet lays out what would be staff's recommendation. And they are a 50-cent an hour per hour fee, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, to an $8 maximum in 24 hours, a $5 event parking fee, and a $42 per month. I thought that was called a monthly parking permit. Is that right? Permit. So, do you have any questions about our presentation last night? Councilmember Worthman?
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. I believe this is a question for Mr. Solberg. Mr. Solberg, we heard a number of folks come forward last night from the bids and downtown, and the request was out there about potentially doing a first 3 hours free, and I believe it was in each of their requests or something similar to that. And I guess what I'm wondering is, if we were to make a motion tonight to accept that, is it, you had said last night that it's a bit problematic considering what the South Barstow, the conference center, the fact that that fee schedule is already in place, but is it difficult to change that fee schedule now at this point if we wanted to also do that?
I believe if you wanted to alter the fee schedule for the Civic Center ramp that we just modified a little over a month ago, it would follow the same process as this, where it would be an amendment of the fee and schedule table that this amends, or that this adds to. Mm-hmm. So there would be a first reading, and then in 2 weeks there would be a hearing, and then there would be another vote on that as well.
Okay.
Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Madam President. I think my question might be for Mr. City Attorney or the City Manager. If the monthly parking fee was changed and there's already existing parking contracts with other employers in the city, would that trigger a discussion with them? Like, let's say it's reduced to a lower fee and maybe it's the same as their contract, which they think they're buying in bulk rate, or it's less than that. how would the city then address that to make sure everything's square?
Mr. Nick?
Sure. Well, it would really have to be at your direction. There's two notable agreements already. There are a few others, but in terms of recent ones that you would recall, just a meeting or two ago, you approved the QBE agreement, which is for the soon-to-be-open North Barstow ramp that you're considering here with these fee structures. The next item is a similar agreement with Jamf Software, and you have a prior one with RCU. So all those are contractual agreements and would stay in place, but they certainly did suppose a certain fee structure, and particularly on QBE. I mean, that was one of the things that council just considered was, here's the rate we've negotiated, and if you've done anything lower, that agreement said that they could benefit from that lower agreement, but as I advised you, then you're leaving money on the table because they've agreed to a $40 a month rate. So some of the agreements, like the QBE one, might be able to pick it up and handle it, but both the RCU agreement starts with flat rates, as does the Jamf rate, presuming a discount over a base that was going to be in excess of 40.
Thank you.
Mr. Peters?
Thank you. I would only add that the $42 rate is the individual rate, and that staff will be coming back with some recommendations for, I guess you'd call them group discounts. Right now we have the one set rate that we've been using primarily that you're going to see in your next item for a group purchase, but we do plan to bring back kind of a graduated rate, so you buy more, get a bigger discount type arrangement.
Councilmember Emanuel?
May I ask a follow-up question? Thank you. Do you anticipate bringing back a bulk discount rate for tenants who might live in the residential units, where it would be, in effect, a better deal to park in the city ramp than perhaps where they live?
I would think, to the extent that the landlord or a business entity approached us with a group purchase that they wanted to buy, that we would entertain that. It would come down to the number. I mean, 2 probably no, 50 yes. So somewhere in between there, we'd still have to work out what that discount rate would be, if and where that cutoff would be.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to move this otherwise, if there are no other questions. And as is our habit, we're around to Councilmember Mitchell as the mover and Councilmember Emanuel as the seconder. And that makes discussion in order. Just for a point of clarification, the group rate structure has not been devised, so you are using 2 and 50 as just an illustrative discussion. Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is just as difficult of a decision as it was a couple weeks ago, because there's different perspectives on how to approach this parking issue. And I guess what it comes down for me at the end of the day is I really balance out the fact that the city, like many other cities, are dealing with decreased shared revenues from the state. And we have to find a way, or cities have to find a way to generate revenue. I see that this city has done so much to change the culture in Eau Claire for the good. And I think part of that culture change is paying a little bit for something by the people who use the item that they are paying for. I see these fees as something very modest, and I think it's worth trying. I think that there's many good proposals out there, many good suggestions from fellow citizens and stakeholders who care so much about downtown, as does the city. And I think the very modest fee is a cultural change for Eau Claire, and I think it's appropriate, and I think that they're measured, and I think it's worth trying.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Larson?
Thank you.
If no one wants to go next.
I wanted to allow some discussion on this, but I think I'm going to offer an amendment. I think that there is some difference between the North Barstow ramp and the South Barstow ramp and the conditions around those two ramps. Although, well, let me start by saying that I have a little bit of a different take on the revenue side of this than what's been previously stated. I'm reticent to, I think the primary goal for whatever parking policy we come up with, and that includes parking fines and parking fees for use, should be a desire to create the best parking environment possible for downtown and really wherever we come up with parking policies. And revenue should be a secondary part of that. It's kind of the reason why I've been a little bit ambivalent about creating a parking utility. I think our decision should be driven by a desire for the best parking environment and not for raising revenue. Second, I think it's important to recognize that there's less on-street parking in the North Barstow District than there is in the South Barstow District, which creates, I think, a stronger need to have people using the parking ramp. It's also close to the North Riverfront's neighborhood, so that overflow parking tends to go up into the North Riverfront's neighborhood where people can park as long as they want for free. And it takes away parking from residential areas up there. I would also note that 4 groups have unanimously asked for free parking for the first 3 hours, although North Riverfront said as a secondary free parking for 2 hours. But the North Barstow bid, the South Barstow bid, and DECI all unanimously asked for free parking in the ramp for the first 3 hours. And I don't want to take their input on this lightly, as I'm sure no one else wants to either. So for those reasons, I'm going to offer an amendment that would call for 3 hours free parking in the North Barstow ramp. And we'll see if I get a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Worthman. Councilmember Worthman, or do you have more to say?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Worthman?
Thank you, Council President. I've been approached by a number of folks about this issue, and as someone who represents the downtown district, I feel that this is a position that I ought to get behind with all the support that's out there. And I think, as Councilmember Larson had put, that this is a different circumstance. I think that, if we see some success with this, it says we're going in the right direction, and maybe we consider changing for the Civic Center parking ramp. But I think with a new ramp going in, it makes sense for us to consider sort of an outside the box approach on this.
Further discussion. Councilmember Beaton?
I'd also like to support the amendment. I work at a local downtown business, and I also live in the North Riverfront neighborhood, and I really can relate to the issues that are talked about tonight and last night. And I think that the community will just respond better to, at least for now, free parking for the first few hours. I think that's better than having an empty parking ramp, which is something that may happen and maybe not, but I think it's not something that we should risk.
Councilmember Strobel.
I really hate being in this position because, everything you say is true, and we did have groups talking about it, but we did, a month ago as well, and we decided to go ahead with the 50-cent fee in the Civic Center ramp. I really struggled with this because I'm down there. I do attend some of the meetings. I would suggest that Mr. Carlson was here representing the South Barstow bid, which is the Civic Center lot last night. So certainly I'm someone that favors consistency. I would think if we wanted to do the 3-hour parking, I think the reason that it was originally thought of by the group was to sort of offset the 2-hour parking on the streets to give people an option. And since there is a lot more street parking and the 2-hour limit is being enforced on the South Bar, so I think it's probably as important or more important for that ramp. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we have limited parking from 6 a.m. to really 4:01 p.m. on the streets. After that, it's free parking on the streets, because at 4:01 they're not going to ticket past 6. So really, so then, maybe if I were to consider it, I would want to at least charge in the ramps those hours when people can park freely on the streets. But I really struggled with it. I talked to some businesses down there, and I don't think I can support the amendment at this time because I think, like Councilmember Emanuel said, it's a very nominal fee, and I'm trying to debate in my head whether the fee is going to keep people from using those ramps or just the fact that they don't like ramps might keep them from using the ramps. I don't think the fee is going to keep people from using the ramps, and I would like to see how it shakes out a little bit. It puts me in a bad position with some of my fellow bid members and DECI members, but I struggled with it, and I don't think I can support it at this time.
Councilmember Van Hayden.
Yeah, I can't support the amendment either. And the primary reason for it is we spent many dollars on a new ramp, and we need revenue to generate for it. I think what we're doing here is being counterproductive. One of the reasons they gave for the 3 hours was people drive around the area to find a place to park so they can stay out of the ramp. Well, what you would have then if you went with the 3 hour, and as it was explained last night, if you went beyond the 3 hours, then you end up paying the 50 cents an hour. So what you'd have is people parking for 2 hours and 45 minutes, moving their car, going down the street, coming back a little bit later and parking again. And I don't think we want to get into that. I think what we really want to do is get a policy that makes sense. 50 cents an hour is a nominal rate for the parking, and I think it makes sense. If we try that, and it sounded like it's working well on South Barstow at this point in time, so I think we should keep them consistent and move forward. If someday in the future we'd want to look at adjusting this, then maybe the businesses could help contribute to offset the revenue we need to pay the bond issues.
And further discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Tewell.
I really value listening to our constituents, to our businesses, and I think they spoke very clear to support this amendment, and I was also in favor of creating such one. Revenue is a factor, but we did not build this ramp as the big money maker, that this would pay off all our debts. This is not a revenue stream. It was built for need. I think if you want to get use, most commonly, you have a restaurant, you have something else, you have specials, you have a way. We can revisit this. We have speculation to whether it will be used, whether it won't. We would open this up for 0 to 3, and we would have data to be able to look at that and see where we're at. I think it's a great thing. I think Eau Claire for a long time, we have to figure out that transition. As to what a driver will or will not do, I think that's always a question, and we'd be able to see it. I think it makes sense. I think the businesses support it. I think it's good. And we are free to always revisit this at another time. So I encourage others to support it, as I think it's timely, and if we need to put a sunset on it, we could do that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Larson?
Thank you. I just want to add a couple of points now that I think everybody's had a chance to speak. One is that another difference in the North Barstow area is that every summer there's a concert in the park that draws 1,000 or 1,500 people. And most of those people are there for less than 3 hours, I would imagine, anecdotally. But I know that from experience that parking at those concerts pushes up into the residential neighborhood. And I'd much prefer to see folks encouraged to use the parking ramp. It's closer. For the first 3 hours, it would be free. And I think that's a strong encouragement for folks to go there. So.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. It would probably be a safe assumption that I wouldn't be able to support this, not because it's I think it's a very thoughtful idea, and I do think that the stakeholders who came out last night were very passionate and I think have all the right in the world to have their perspectives. I think they're very true and real perspectives. I think the things that I kind of struggle with are the consistency factor. With the parking basically in almost every area of downtown, we worked really hard to make that consistent. And I think teaching people one consistent thing on the educational aspect for parkers is really important. The other aspect for neighborhood parking is, I think soon we'll see a model in another neighborhood near Mayo Hospital of a way to kind of get people who are not residents off of those streets. And I think that could serve as a model for other neighborhoods. I think it would be, I totally agree that having people spill over into a neighborhood and being disruptive to neighbors is problematic. However, I do live in a neighborhood where spillover happens on my street every Tuesday and Wednesday for a concert at one park. And I actually like it. I have a garden in my front yard, and I'm often picking weeds and hopefully soon be picking produce. And it's nice. I get to talk to people and total strangers, and they're walking by, and it's not a bad thing. So, but if it became problematic, I think that there's other strategies to use, and redirecting that traffic that may come on a Thursday night or other events that may occur is a good idea to say, nope, you can't park here. You need to go to the ramp. And so I think because we've given this just a little bit of effort, like a month's worth of effort in one ramp, I think just for consistency, we should try it out. If down the road we see this is not working and it's just not working for Eau Claire, then I totally think we should change it. But at this point, I think it is working. People seem to be responding pretty well to the cultural change, and I think it's worth trying.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. I've been debating this since last evening, and I guess I don't see an advantage to a lot of vehicles in the ramp not paying for it, as opposed to it's not being used. Either way, there's no revenue. I think that it would just seem to me that convenience has a value. If I'm going to a concert, to spend another $1.50 to park closer to the venue makes sense. I think that it's a very inexpensive fee schedule, and I don't think offering 3 hours free before the fee structure kicks in, there are going to be some people that may try to avoid it. I have no idea, but it just seems to me that it's got to be part of our culture. I mean, if we expect to drive downtown, we got to pay for parking. I do it everywhere else I go. So I just don't think I can support this amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I can't support the amendment either. I think the issues that were brought up are mainly South Barstow issues, and even after long conversations with some constituents, one of whom lives in my household, who would have it the first 2 hours be free, I agree with...
Hi, John.
I agree with Councilmember Strobel. I don't think it's the 50 cents. I think it's the fact that it's a ramp, and people are not used to here to parking in ramps. But this is a brand-new facility, and I think that it is incumbent upon us to charge something for using it, and 50 cents is not too much. I don't think 50 cents is going to deter people from parking there.
And Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback from other groups here, and I think they spend a lot of time coming up with a lot of numbers. But that's great. But I look at the city recommendation. I think it's a fair number. I mean, it's consistency. I mean, like Councilor Mayo said, why don't we try this through? If it's not work, then we'll go back and we'll talk about it. And I think this would be great one. I will not be able to support your amendment.
Any other discussion then? Councilmember Wirtha?
Thank you, Council President. And I guess it looks likely that this amendment will fail, but I'd encourage the folks that are in North Barstow and Decky and the North River fronts, as this moves forward next year, by next year we'll have a pretty good understanding of, whether we did it right, whether we move forward in the right way. And I know, as someone who's from North River fronts, that, I think their concern is that the whole neighborhood gets parked up. The park gets parked up right now, and I think the idea and what we're all trying to hope for is that all the folks that park in Forest Street and throughout all of those neighborhoods, that they're all going to start moving into the ramp, and we'll know by this time next year whether or not our strategy is working. And I hope that folks stay involved until that point.
Looks like we're done with discussion. Clerk will be calling the question, or calling the roll on the amendment. An aye vote would institute 3 hours of free parking in the North Barstow ramp. Madam?
And a point of clarification, now is that 3 hours free or deferred, with the fourth hour being $2 and then 50 cents beyond that? Or
As described. If you go over 3 hours, you pay for the 3 hours. Is that?
Yeah, my amendment didn't call for the rest of that fee schedule. So at 3 hours, it'd be $1.50. At 4 hours, it'd be $2, and so on.
Okay. Ready?
Councilmember Kincaid.
No.
Klinkhammer.
No.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
No.
Strobel.
No.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
No.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
No. And that amendment fails 7-4. Very good discussion. We're back to the resolution on page 116, not as unamended. Further discussion is in order, if there is any. The motion is moved on by Councilmember Mitchell and Emmanuel and is ready for a roll call vote. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman. Jean.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 19 is a resolution approving a parking agreement between the City of Eau Claire and Jamf Software for the use of available parking stalls in the city's North Barstow parking ramp. Mr. Nick?
Afternoon, thank you. Pleased to present to you a resolution approving an agreement between the city and Jamf Software for use of 150 monthly parking passes in the soon-to-be-completed North Barstow ramp. Terms would be similar to that of the QBE agreement that I just referenced when getting asked a question on the previous item. Other than that was for a smaller number, that was for 38 stalls, and so the discounting wasn't quite as substantial. Pricing is consistent with the other large parking agreement approved for the North Barstow ramp with Royal Credit Union, and that would be $36 plus tax per month per stall through May 31st of 2018, and then increasing to $38 plus tax through May 31st of 2020, and thereafter floating with your monthly user rate, but again recognizing that because we have a large volume of user from a single purchaser, therefore, having some efficiencies on the city side in terms of billing and known sale, that we would provide a discount of either 90% of the single user monthly rate, or assuming, as the city manager indicated, that we would be bringing forward sort of a large volume user, whatever that rate is. So we haven't determined that, but for example, if the user rate for 150, say to 200 stalls was an 85% of the monthly user rate, this contract would allow Jamf to utilize that rate. However, if we don't ever establish one, or if that future rate says it's 95%, then the 90% provision in this agreement would kick in. So it's an either or, just not knowing exactly what council might approve on that in the future. But other provisions, again, indicate term of use, so expected term of use to be through 2030 with some potential for early termination as early as 2024. But again, a long-term use agreement for a substantial number of stalls in the new lot. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Is this, these passes then for 7 days a week?
Term of use is, again, identical language to what you just approved in the QBE agreement. So it's for 4 days a week during business hours, with nominal variation from that is the terminology used, being permitted. So again, our system will allow us to track that. So it is not 7 days a week, 24-hour use. Neither was the QBE agreement. Instead, it's linked to business hour use. So we're not going to bill or have issues if occasionally employees are there for an hour or a couple hours after. But it's also not intended for 24/7 use. Again, if we don't do that, we don't gain some of the efficiencies that you'd have heard of, remembering from our parking study. So not that those users would necessarily stay there all the time, but we do anticipate that while some people are going to have some flexible hours and come early or stay late or have to work some weekends, that largely these stalls will open up. So when we do have the summer concert series, the stalls will be back open again.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. My question was on the same sort of track as that. Currently, the Civic Center lot, those spaces are at least 24/7, correct?
Right, that was, you asked that question got asked to Mr. Solberg last evening, and that is the current status, but the agreements we've been executing with new users have indicated the business hours are again within a reasonable variance of expected Monday through Friday hours.
And a follow-up, if I may. And we're also leasing to students, I believe. Those have got to be 24/7 leases. Am I correct on that?
Correct. The residential, we have one of those for 50 stalls in the Gibson or Farwell ramp.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Nick, you said 4 days. Did you mean 5?
If I did, I misspoke.
It
So
is 5.
the Monday through Friday,
Okay.
5 days a week. I was just trying to scroll through it to find the hours. I think I drafted 7. Here, I just found it. Yeah. Actually, I thought I did 7 to 6, but I did 6 to 7 on weekdays. Nominal carryover use will be on a first-come, first-served basis, but shall not be additionally billed. That's the language. It's in Section G, parking access, and it's verbatim to what it was in the QBE agreement.
That's still a long workday. 11 hours, or 13 hours.
Not quite as long as ours yesterday,
That's
but
true.
substantial.
It's substantial. It's true. Okay. On a motion then by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember Tewalt, item 19 is moved. Discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
Tebow,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Workman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Eaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
McCabe,
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. With our next item, we consider some internal restructuring related to our service on boards, commissions, and committees, and commissions. And that begins with item 20, which is a resolution discontinuing the Affirmative Action Committee. Do you have further input from your presentation last evening, Mr. Peters?
I do not.
Does anyone have questions of Mr. Peters or the Appointments Committee? I hope the council will indulge me that the mover and the seconder on all of these items will be the chair and the member of the Appointments Committee. Are you okay with that? Okay. So, on a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel. Item 20 is moved. Did I do that backwards? No. Discussion is in order. Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to just speak to this first item here. I think today, in effect, if this passes, that the city is taking in a different usage of the words affirmative action on the outcomes of the affirmative action plan in the city. I've been a member of the Affirmative Action Committee for the last 3 years, and the powers of that committee are limited in that the committee reviews a quarterly report, and that's about it. There's no policy direction, there's no directives. It's just looking at a report kind of as an accountability measure to just show some transparency, which is good. However, the committee struggled to meet quorum for over 3 years, and the frequency of meeting was very weak. I think what's laid out before us builds on more accountability, more metrics, more transparency in the end product to improve the diverse workforce that we have here in the city of Eau Claire. That's the whole goal of this. And I'm very optimistic that this change will help improve the outcomes at the end of the day. It's illegal for a public employer to have quotas, and I respect that. There's nothing in this that would ask for quotas. However, there are practices, very strategic practices, and different type of using city strategies to increase a diverse workforce. This is an important value to me. I think it's a very important value to our community to have a workforce that represents her people, whether that's age, ethnicity, ability, gender, all of those things matter in a workforce. And I think what had been the committee since, sounds like 1973 or so, had grown to be very inefficient and not working. I see this as turning a corner, giving a very earnest try to say, let's try this. Let's see if this works. We have council accountability built into this, and I think it's worthwhile. So I will be supporting this tonight.
And further discussion. Councilmember Whitman.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you to the committee for your work as well in looking at this issue. And thank you to Mr. Peters and city staff too for all the time spent. And I know we had a chance to meet on this specific issue, and as well I had a chance to speak with Councilmember Emanuel. I won't be supporting this first item here tonight, and part of my reasoning is the fact that, and I too served on this commission, and I think that, when it was put into place for more than 40 years ago, the concept really is how do you bring citizens and community members who care about these issues with council members and with city staff. And the dynamic that creates, I think is an important dynamic. And I, at this juncture, am not convinced that, while I do believe that changes are needed on this commission, because I don't believe that it has been as impactful as it could be. I'm not convinced that the changes to abolish it altogether. And, I think that if we were concerned about how to give more power to the commission, how to increase its quorum, how to, potentially meet in a way that brought, stakeholders together, those are different sorts of changes. But I guess I'm not convinced at this point that we're moving in a stronger direction by voting to abolish this commission altogether.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm going to support this resolution for two reasons. I served as the Affirmative Action Officer at the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire for many years, and I learned that the nuts and bolts of diversity and affirmative action happen in the place where recruiting and hiring takes place. It doesn't happen in a committee, and especially a committee of people that don't work at the organization. The commitment has to be within the organization, among the supervisors, in the Human Resources Office, and in the City Manager's Office. And I believe that that's where it is in this city. That's where it has been. This committee, with all due respect, here's a quarterly report, adjourns, and that's it. And it takes staff time and council member time to do that, and has no effect on our interest in and our commitment to diversity. So I think that this will really help the Human Resources Office to focus their attention where it needs to be, and that is where the actual hiring takes place.
Thank you. Councilmember Beaton.
I've been thinking about this since it was first recommended, and I've had such a hard time with it. It's probably the one that I've had the most hard of time with. And at first glance, I was really concerned. It's not something that you don't want to be stopping affirmative action. You don't want to be making your workforce less diverse. And I do think that this would put more responsibility on the city manager and the city staff to, be really cognizant of who we're hiring and who we're interviewing and what kind of people we're working with. But I have full confidence in our city staff and our city manager to do that. My one concern is that it may come a day where we don't have such a wonderful city manager. And so I really would hope that these changes would be automatic or, not just at the whim of a person who may not feel a certain way. And so I think that it does seem that this affirmative action has been less effective, and I think that it would be worth trying a new approach to see if our workforce could be more diverse. So I think I will be supporting this.
Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this as well. I never served on the Affirmative Action Committee, but I was employed by the city of Eau Claire for 28 years, and 16 years ago, I went to an administrative course taught at the University of Louisville and had to do a term paper. I chose my topic to be recruitment and with an emphasis on increasing the diversity of the police department. At that time, and I have to agree with everything Councilmember Mitchell says, which happens frequently, but I do agree with what she said about organizational efforts to create a diverse workforce. At the time I wrote that paper, I didn't even know we had an affirmative action committee. All of the work that it took to focus our efforts on creating a more diverse workforce occurred in our recruitment, in where we recruited, the types of emphasis we advertised as ourselves as employers, and targeted toward trying to diversify our workforce. Since that time, I think we have many more female officers than we did at that time, and I think a more ethnically diverse department as well. But those efforts didn't, with respect, come from the committee. It came from those of us in the department who worked to make that happen. So I will support this.
Thank you. Further discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman,
No.
John,
Aye.
Eaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. We move to another item around our boards and commissions with item 21, which is a resolution discontinuing the Economic Policy Advisory Committee. I won't ask you each time if you have more input. Okay. If you do, just put on your light. Questions, though, of the committee or staff regarding this recommendation? On a motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel, item 21 is moved and discussion is in order. Councilmember Strobel.
I'll probably support this one, but just to throw my 2 cents worth in on it, I served on EPAC the first year I was on council, and I'm not sure, we met every month, and I'm not sure that we maybe got a whole lot done, but what it did do for me is it did allow me to learn a lot about the city's economic development policies and those types of things that I don't think I would be able to gain knowledge on just sitting as a regular council member here. So I think it really did help me that way, and I know in the last year or two, it does seem like they worked really hard on a food truck policy and the beginnings of a TIF policy and stuff. So I do think there was benefit and value to the committee. If I don't hear from any members that are on the committee currently, I probably will still support getting rid of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I've had the honor of serving on EPAC for maybe about 2.5 years, 2 years as the chair. And I too think it was a very valuable learning experience. However, when I think about the purpose of our boards and commissions, I think it should be more about a council member having an opportunity to learn. I think we have other mechanisms in place if we want to beef up on our content about something, whether that's one-on-one or as a council body. I think that can still happen. I think that what's being proposed is really inviting more community members, more civic engagement, who are actually subject matter experts, not people who happen to be voted, as wonderful as every person is here. We are not all subject matter experts on economic development. And I think it behooves the city to tap into local experts who are willing to donate their time and expertise to better our community as far as economic development goes. The council will still have the final authority on economic development policies, and there will still be every bit of public input and kind of democratic space to consider any economic policy changes. So I think I think this is a really great improvement, and I'm glad to support this.
Thank you. No further discussion? And clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Eaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 22 is a resolution discontinuing the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee. Do council members have questions regarding, or questions for the staff or the committee? On a motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel, item 22 is passed, is moved, and discussion, discussion is in order. Councilmember Strobel.
It's not passed yet.
Slip of the tongue.
I spoke in favor of keeping this committee at our pre-legislative session that we had. I won't go back through everything that I talked about there, but I'm currently serving as the chair of the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee. So I know in our packet it said that it was created in 2013, but originally it was formed in 2009, by a 9-2 vote of the council. And then it was substantially changed in May of 2013 by a resolution of this council, fairly unanimously on that, I think. We tweaked it again in August of 2015 to get some time frame squared away with the electeds and when they get appointed to it. It was set up to advise the council and make policy recommendations, which was neither supposed to duplicate nor replace the work of the council. It saves the full council, the time to go through some of these issues, maybe in a little more in-depth research than you can get potentially in a work session. And I talked to several of my fellow council members about this, and also staff as well, and I understand everybody's viewpoints on it. Mine were a little bit different. I think we can't replace a small group like this with work sessions. I think work sessions, we spend a half an hour listening to staff presentations, and you have 11 council members in there. Everybody wants to talk or maybe ask questions, and I don't think we get the in-depth conversation that you can have with a small group like this. I think that in the past we worked pretty long and hard on several issues that came before us that went very smoothly with the council. We worked through the alley reconstruction process, special assessments, white lighting, a bunch of different issues that can't be done in a work session the way they could this way. It allowed us to work closely with staff, to have that feedback, to go back to our fellow council members, come back with a little bit more feedback while staff went and looked at a few other things. And so I think it worked out really well. And I see that one of the suggestions here is to replace it with an ad hoc group made up of council members that may meet from time to time as issues arise. I would suggest that this committee is exactly that. We don't meet every month. We met when we had issues. Once our report to the council was done, we were done. And so we weren't a make work type of group. All our projects had to be approved by the council, and then our report came back to the council for approval as well. So I guess I'm supporting well, I'm not supporting getting rid of the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. I think I probably offered my opinion last night when I shouldn't have, but it would seem to me, I agree with much of what Councilmember Strobel said, but would it not make more sense, or would we not get more benefit as the fiscal policy issues come forward, that the committee be made up of people that have a passion about that particular issue, rather than establish the committee and then direct them on these issues. And I think that, again, for me, it comes back to staff time, and I think it could work much more effectively in establishing the committee when there's a burning issue, and having those of us that have a passion about it be on it.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. And I guess I'll repeat what I said last night as well, that in discussing this particular committee, and I guess I would like the city manager to agree or disagree with me, because it came from his office and from staff that staff put more time into this committee than they feel that they have the time to give.
Mr. Peters.
I don't know that I'd phrase it exactly that way, but it's a committee that does take a fair amount of staff time, and probably more staff time than the other ones actually that we're talking about tonight. I went back and looked, and although I recognize it has changed with time, in 6 years there were close to 50 topics that were reviewed, and really only a handful of those resulted in any policy change. On average, we were having between 6 and 13 meetings a year, plus there was an annual report that was putting together. So there was a fair amount of staff time that went into it. And I guess we're asking if we could try either responding to council members on an individual basis, or this task force, this ad hoc task force approach. I do want to say, though, that regardless of whichever way you go as a council on this, that as staff we will fully respect the decision of the council, and if this is where you'd like us to be spending our staff time, then we will very willingly and respectfully be working with you on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. I withheld my comments yesterday because I didn't have any questions, really. I just have comments that I want to make. I've served on FISPAC since I came onto council, and there's actually one change that Councilmember Strobel missed, and that was that in, I think, March or April of 2012, FISPAC was due to expire because it had a sunset on it. It was due to expire, and the members of the council felt like it should keep going, and so they changed the structure of the committee to make it permanent. And to put it, the short story is, I viewed the changes to be sort of unchaining the committee from the will of the full council, and so that's why I was inspired to come back to council and say I wanted the committee to be a little more responsive to the desires and the direction of the full council. So that's the change that was initiated there. The other part of what I want to say is that I am proud of some of the accomplishments of FISPAC. I think we did some good work on a number of issues, and some of the issues we looked at were just kind of educational because questions had come up, for example, on the regional ambulance service and how much value that added since some of the bills don't get paid and so on. We looked at that and concluded that it was of great value, not only to the city, but to the region, and a generated revenue. But the issues that we were most successful on were ones where we focused on a specific issue that was assigned to us by the council, and we investigated and did research and worked with staff to look at that issue and came back with recommendations. That's where we were successful. I think sometimes we were kind of a make-work committee, because every year we were required to come with a work plan, which sort of says, okay, so we'd have this meeting where we'd sit around and say, okay, what can we do this year? Sometimes there just isn't things to do, you know, and to be forced into making this list of things that we need to look into, sometimes I think resulted in busy work, especially for staff. And so I think that if we can continue to work on specific issues that come up from time to time, like the alleys, or like the regional ambulance thing, or like White Way lighting, we can, as council members, initiate an ad hoc committee to deal with that specific issue. Have someone, a small group of folks from the council with a charter, a specific charter to deal with that issue, and then report back to council. We can still do that, but we don't have to have a work plan every year, and we don't have to have a standing committee to get it done. So I will support this.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yeah, as being one of the old timers here, I was here, and in fact, it was Dave Duax and myself that helped create the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee, and it was created for the primary reason, as Councilmember Larson and Strobel talked about. It was to cover specific issues, and I think over the period of time, it has accomplished various things. I think one of the biggest things that these committees do, and that is a couple things. One, whether we agree with it or not, it's a very good educational tool for each of the council members that are on the committees, because they're forced to spend some time with staff, talk to them about issues. When I was on EPAC, we learned more things about the city and the policies, and we also found out that sometimes they weren't always doing everything they should be doing on a timely basis, and it gave us an opportunity to talk to staff to say, continue to do this. I think one of the things that I'm not opposed to cutting back on some of these committees, because I realize we got a crunch on staff time and we got a crunch on the council members' time, but if we're going to do this and cut back on these, we got to use another approach, helping educate the staff, the council members, so that they have a better idea of what some of the staff members are doing and the policies that are out there. So that, using the example of we have on EPAC, is that Mr. Schatz in his department does an annual survey of businesses, etc. It's something like this to make sure those things are continuing, because these are things that are important to the city and to the businesses in the community, because if we don't listen to their concerns and problems, we can't react to them. And I think sometimes it isn't individual projects that the committee does. It's things that the committee talks to staff and other council members about. And so we got to be very careful when we're dissolving some of these, that we come up with other procedures and approaches to make sure we don't lose that valuable thing. And we find out a good way of helping train many of the council members, because we've got an excellent council, we got very good people in the council, but a lot of them, and I say myself included, don't have knowledge about certain things within the city, and these committees help us learn about those. And so we got to make sure we don't lose that.
Thank you. Councilmember T-Wall.
Thank you, Council President. This is one committee that I think is in error to say goodbye to. I think we have to look at some factors. When we say the council could form ad hoc committees, we're saying a majority must vote to make that so. When we say a council member can always talk staff, I am limited. I cannot call 4 of you at the time and talk about an issue. I have to do it following the rules of open records and traveling quorums, so I can't have a discussion as a committee can have a discussion. And I can't have the stakeholders all there or any, and I speak for any of us as council members, we do not have that ability. So while there is a possibility to form that, it doesn't mean we can. Most important, this is a committee that does detailed oversight of looking at things and examining things. Work sessions do not avail that opportunity. They are introductory, they are presentations and a few questions, and then they are done. It's a well-needed, vital committee to empower the elected, not the staff. While the staff is very cogent, it is a clear question of giving direction, of giving authority that we've been entrusted with. As we have just decided with the ramp, we decided to go forward with this plan. I would much rather continue with this committee and let us see if ad hoc committees work. Let us see if new forms of bringing things together work rather than just saying goodbye. Our biggest responsibility to the ones who elected us rides in the fiscal policies, rides in where the money that the city uses. This gives some council members that great detail knowledge, and in my previous year, I've heard many committee members thank the group for their work. It was valuable input. While I think that's a different stake than just purely public members, we want to know that the elected is fully informed or their representatives have had a good time to look at it. So for that reason, it raises concern for me, and I won't be able to support the dismissal of this committee. Thank you.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to support it tonight, but I also hear some of the comments that are coming from fellow council members, and I think maybe there's a way that we can put into place a more permanent ad hoc structure so that new council members that come in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, know that this is an opportunity they can take if they want to work with other council members on specific issues. You know, if you get your packet and it says, here's the things you can consider, it should say in there, fiscal policy is done on an ad hoc basis. You need to get fellow council members together, get a vote of the council to move forward on them. I'd be willing to work with Councilmember T-Wall or others if we want to form something that has that a little bit more permanence. But I think, as Mr. Peters said, if we're going over 50 different items and only really enacting 5 or 6 or finding some value in that's just not impactful for us and effective. So I'll be supporting it tonight.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Obviously, I'll be supporting it as well. As I said, I guess I would encourage fellow council members to think about what new structure you might like to create. The city manager has talked about a charter kind of arrangement, which I find very attractive because I think it would help to structure things. But I think this offers an opportunity to get a little bit beyond the fiscal policy, which this committee has actually, in my opinion, done already. Just because something has a budget implication doesn't make it a fiscal policy. And I don't think you want to limit what council members can do in the future to actual fiscal policies. Otherwise, you wouldn't look at ambulance fees or alley restructuring. So just keep that in mind, I think.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. And I vote discontinues the Fiscal Policy Advisory Committee.
Councilmember T-Wall.
No.
Von Hayden.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
And that resolution passes 8-3. A very respectful discussion. Very respectful. Good. We have two more items on this topic. Item 23 is a resolution authorizing the future appointment of a city resident to the 7 Mile Creek Landfill Standing Committee. Does anyone need clarification on this item? Any further clarification? On a motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Manuel, item 23 is moved and discussion is in order. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. When I first joined council, Councilmember Balo always said there was free pizza involved with this meeting. That wasn't actually the case, so I'll be supporting it.
I confirm that.
False advertising. It is a
There being no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman. Shaw,
Aye.
Eaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. The final resolution is one discontinuing the appointment of a city council member to the Chippewa Valley Sports Commission. You do have a replacement resolution that was emailed to you yesterday. There was a wording change in the second whereas clause. Questions? On a motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. Item 24 is moved. Discussion. Councilmember Mitchell.
I have a little tidbit about this one too. According to Linda John, when this commission was appointed, the city council allocated a small amount of money to get it started and put a council member on to keep track of those funds. And so she didn't feel that it was necessary to have a council member on any longer.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd also like to add that the city will continue to have a member on this Chippewa Valley Sports Commission and that a city staff member will be a part of that. So that will continue. The city of Eau Claire and the residents will still have a voice and kind of a bridge of information that will remain present on that committee.
Councilmember Jean.
Thank you. I recall I was appointed this back in April, which I haven't attended the first meeting yet. I was told that there was a rotation, so I missed the one. So I'm fine to go ahead to just support to discontinue with this committee.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman.
Aye.
Shaw,
Aye.
Eaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. We have three ordinances for action this afternoon, beginning with item 25, which is an ordinance amending the Sky Park Protective Covenants and General Development Plan provisions pertaining to building sprinkler systems for fire protection. Council members have questions of Mr. Tewald, or of Mr. Tufti. Too bad. Too bad he just left the room. Sorry. So, how about them Packers, huh? Okay, Mr. Tufti, who's also in the room. Any questions? Councilmember Von Hayden.
Darrell, in your presentation last night, you talked about that the majority of the city was, or I'm using the wrong word here, but anyhow, it may be amended by the majority of the owners of the Sky Park. And the question that I have on that is, if you look at this schedule and you work it up, the businesses have the majority of the acreage. And the only reason the city ends up getting a larger percentage is the area which I guess is the old garbage pit or the...
Yes.
And I was wondering why that would be included in that calculation.
The language in the covenants, which I provided to you in the memorandum, states by the owners of a majority of the acreage in the subdivision, and the old landfill is Lot 1 in the subdivision, and that's why that calculation includes the landfill.
I understand what it says there, it just doesn't make sense.
I don't disagree with you, but that's the literal language of the covenants, and that's why we include it when we do those calculations.
Okay. But I think it's unfair to make the statement then, well, I shouldn't say it's unfair. If that's what it says and that's the legal interpretation, I think it's a poor policy and procedure to do that.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just stating that's the literal language of the covenants. It's the subdivision, and Lot 1 is the landfill.
Next question that I'd have, when we talk, in the covenants, it talks about size, mass, type of building, this type of thing. How does the office building of a real small, minute size meet those covenants?
It's a decision of a plan commission in terms of the review of the site plan for the project and the building elevations. We do meet in advance of the plan commission meeting with the property owners in the park. They did not express any opposition to the building elevations and site plans. They did express a desire that the building provide the sprinkler system. And that was then relayed to the Plan Commission, and their decision was to approve the site plan subject to sprinkler systems being provided as required by the covenants. If the covenants are now being amended, then they were provided as per state building code. If they're not amended, then they would have to provide the sprinkler systems. And that's the item before council this evening.
Okay, I understand that, and I was just trying to get the clarification on the other, because there seems to be a confusion among some of the owners out there that they weren't properly informed and this thing was not handled properly.
And again, in my memorandum, I outlined all the various notices that were provided. We met in advance of the project review by Plan Commission with the tenants, and we do an email notice for that meeting, which occurred out at Five Star Plastic. We did have one property owner state they did not get that email notice. That was attended by a number of the property owners that again stated they were not in opposition to the project, but expressed the desire for it to have a sprinkler system in the building. We then went to a public hearing before the Plan Commission and provide a legal notice for that public hearing to all the property owners. We then come back with this amendment to the covenants, where again we provided email notice to all the property owners and went and met with those property owners, and we had 3 in attendance, and they expressed their opposition to this amendment. We then provided legal notice of the public hearing before both Plan Commission and City Council, and we've had the Plan Commission hearing, and now we had the City Council hearing last night based on those legal notices.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Strahl.
Thank you. Mr. Tufte, I want to get your comments on, we have or maybe a little bit of a rebuttal, I guess, from yesterday, or from your information you gave us. And I just want to read a couple bullet points that they had here and maybe have you comment on them if you could. It says the city's taking a new interpretation of ownership, and it's inconsistent with past interpretation, practice, and implementation that's happened over the last 34 years. It said historically the city has not and should not be considered an owner under the provisions of the protective covenants.
We've not changed our practice. We've always interpreted the city as an owner, and I would not agree with the second statement in that the city should not be considered an owner. It is obviously an owner. It has an interest in its property within the park.
And then, if I could follow up on that, it says the majority owner can bring forth these types of things. What's the point of contacting all the other tenants then if the city's a majority owner?
The covenants is set up with language that states whenever there is a project proposal or an amendment that we have a meeting of the property owners, and we normally set that up by the email notice. And normally it's at Five Star Plastics, and to get their comments and bring them to Plan Commission and Council as part of the review process.
But according to this, if the city's the majority owner, it wouldn't matter if all those other property owners didn't want it at all. If it was 100% compliance, it wouldn't matter necessarily.
Correct. Eventually, as the park continues to grow, the city will no longer be.
This was a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. This program was recorded and presented by Chippewa Valley Community Television. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org.